Horizon Buns just subscribed with Prime. Sharing this so it stops popping up.
Hi Scarlett, good to see you. Let me know if y'all can hear me okay too, and how the volume for everything is. I'm glad that we can at least hear something today. We definitely tweaked things from yesterday, so. Hello in Edinburgh. I love Edinburgh, great city. I'm so happy to hear that. What a roller coaster it was yesterday. Yes, tech is cooperating. We have at least determined what the problems were. So, we have eliminated the things that were not cooperating. Yes, cooperating asterisk. So, we had to, I don't know the technical terms for things, and I'm gonna assume that a lot of people don't either. So I'm just gonna describe it in the way that I understand it. I have basically a component of my sound mixing separates out the different things that make noise on my computer into different channels. So my microphone, the audio from games, if I was gonna play, background music and stuff like that. And that enables me to separate out things so that they don't get caught in the VOD, so I don't end up with copyrighted music in the VOD and things like that. So that program is called Steel Series, and we discovered yesterday that it was glitching out and not working the way that it was supposed to be working. So we just deleted that for today. We're just running desktop audio, which is like, you know, the normal non-fancy way to do it, because Spirit City allows you to use their lo-fi music and all of that for YouTube as well. So I don't have to worry about that today. So eliminated that. And then if you're in the Discord, I was talking yesterday about issues that I was having with my phone. And it's not fixed, but it's at least cooperating. I've discovered I have a Z Flip. I can't close it anymore. It'll turn off if I physically close the flip. So welcome in. Looks like we're gonna have an ad in just a minute here, so I'm gonna let that run, and then we'll jump in once that ad break is finished. The ads. Discovered you can pet them. I cannot believe that Twitch is giving ads with subs. That is ridiculous. A sub should be a sub. It should not matter if it's a Prime sub or not. This is, yes, this is Spirit City. It is a game on Steam. Yeah, the point of a sub should be no ads, but since Prime subs are like a special integrated thing, that may be, same on a non-Prime sub? What is going on? I'm so sorry, y'all. That's ridiculous. Body doubling app? Yes. Welcome in, Nisa. Something in my ad settings. I'm just gonna peek at that really quick, just in case, because I don't want that to be happening. Oh, I can also turn that down. It was not showing that to me before. I'm gonna turn down the number of ads. Okay, pre-roll should be partially disabled. Pre-rolls are disabled. Enable stream display ads. I don't know what that is, but I'm turning it off. We're gonna get a notification in the chat when an ad break is about to start, because I think that's gonna help me. Okay. Weird. There shouldn't be anything on my end that I can do about, it playing ads for subs. That's really strange. But I at least was able to turn them down, so you will not be seeing as many. because that's just silly. So, let's go ahead and get started. Hello, everyone. How are y'all doing today? Not clean up properly yesterday after stream, so I've still got all of my my stuff hanging out here. Butter the cat keeps trying to eat my crochet hook. That is so funny. Fortunately, my cats are pretty good about leaving my projects alone. The only issue that I have is when I have really long pieces. Oh, this is we're going the other way today. Y'all get to look at the back today for the whole time. When I'm detangling the spaghetti, sometimes if I have really long pieces, Carmilla will come over and she wants to play with them, so it's the only time I really have to worry about it. Or, you know, if I inevitably drop something and then it goes rolling across the floor, that can be dangerous too. But I do generally try to keep things away from them because I don't want them to see my projects and think, this is a toy. One of my cats is a yarn goblin, the other is slightly more well-behaved. You have the chill one on your lap now, that's good. Sometimes I'll get a cat in my lap. Sometimes they come and get in my lap during stream. Carmilla likes to, is it Carmilla or is it Agatha? It may even be both. She likes to come get in my lap and then rest her front half on the desk. So I've had streams before where I was crocheting and there's just the top of a little cat head down here in frame. Can't do that right now. I do not trust them around the map like that, because it's, you know, the floss is so thin. My cat, Jude, she has been obsessed with, like, charging cords her whole life, and I know exactly how fast she can bite through a charging cable. So I'm gonna assume that floss is no match for their little teethies. Do y'all get cat hair all over your projects too? I absolutely do. I mean, I have to make like a concerted effort to keep it out. Nature's glitter. Oh my god. I don't generally worry about it so much if it's something that's just gonna be like for myself, because if I'm like, you know, wearing it or hanging it on my wall or whatever, if it's in my house for an extended period of time, then it's gonna end up getting covered in cat hair regardless. And then also, like, you know, I'm usually washing things when I'm done with them, but If it's for someone else, I try to be really careful with it. I can keep like 99% of the hair off. Like I won't let them come and cuddle with me while I'm working on it, or I don't like leave it out on my desk. I make sure I put it away when I'm done working with it, because you know, it's going to someone else. I don't want it to come pre-cat haired. I want to let them do that themselves, you know? Add a personal touch, so... But it does definitely take effort to make sure that that doesn't happen. I think nature's glitter is an apt description of cat hair. Oh my god. The number of times I've been like about to go somewhere and I looked down at myself and just... I have a second shirt on that's made of cat hair. There's truly no disguising the fact that you have a cat when you go out in public. Even when the cat isn't in the room, the hair still appears. Oh yeah. Well, we have a robot vacuum, and that does help a lot. Having something that's vacuuming every day makes a big difference, because it, you know, eliminates the amount of like accumulation in the carpets and stuff. When we had all hardwood floors though, oh my goodness, I had like just not realized the difference that it makes when you have hardwood, like all hardwood versus all carpets. The tumbleweeds that happen on hardwood floors are insane because it's not getting like trapped by the carpet. One of the struggles of knitting Christmas presents for my friend with cat allergies. Yeah, I would imagine, because that dander is even harder to keep away than the cat hair is. That's just like dust in the air. Your pups are obsessed with laying on any crochet they can reach. It probably smells like you. They probably find that comforting. I mean, we talk about cat hair getting in projects. If we want to get really into it, we can talk about all the pieces of me that go into my projects. You know? Not just my hair, but like, you know, when you're touching something this much. It's got your skin all over it. Not in a dirty way, just... I mean, dust, that's what dust is. It's like, a big percentage of dust is just like dead skin cells and stuff. The smell thing, not the skin thing, yeah. Well, the skin thing contributes to the smell thing, you know? Have y'all seen, there's this dog on TikTok that has separation anxiety, and their human got like a super weird, it's not like a hard plastic mannequin, it's like a soft mannequin sized like body, and then it has this weird plastic face on it, but his name is Tony. And they're testing out if Tony will help with the dog's separation anxiety. The old Chihuahua? No, this is a different dog. Is there more than one person doing this? The dog I'm thinking of is, I'm pretty sure it's like a golden retriever or something. It's like a bigger dog. They recently gave Tony a beard and stuff so that he looks more like their partner who has a beard, and they gave him like a beanie, and he's got like a little the little puppy heartbeat simulator and stuff to try and make him feel more like a real person. The dog really seems to like it, so that's good. But gosh, that's so funny. So like your crochet is like is like a Tony, a security blanket. There's an old Chihuahua who wears diapers and will have accidents and shake if they don't have a lap, so they gave him a big doll. That is so cute. I wonder if they were inspired by that. I wonder if that's like the inspiration for Tony, because Tony is apparently a recent thing. Hello, Mambo. Welcome in. How are you doing? Here's me. It's already beginning, the yapping and not paying enough attention to where I am. Your pup got some meds this morning? That's awesome. Jude got her meds this morning and bit my finger a little bit, so that was fun. She's pretty good about not biting me generally, but every once in a while she gets me in her struggle to resist the medicine. When I moved from a carpeted apartment to a hardwood one, my Costco-sized allergy med bottle started lasting me more than 100 days. I believe it. Like, the airborne particulates are definitely worse in a carpeted situation. Oh wait, you know, you had the opposite when I moved from a carpeted apartment to a hardwood one. Interesting. So, do you think that the carpet... Because for me, I feel like when we had hardwood, there was more stuff in the air. So, I wonder if in your case, yeah, it's like probably holding on to it more. But because it's holding on to it more, it's staying around longer. Interesting. That must really suck to have allergies to your pets like that. I'm very grateful that at least for now I do not. But you know, you never know with that stuff. You develop new allergies over time. So fingers crossed that never happens to me, because that sounds like a real bummer. I have definitely gotten allergic to something over the years. I don't know what it is, but I definitely have my share of springtime irritation now, where I never used to. You just got a shower and you're making lunch now. Excellent, Juju. I know, it's like, when you take that shower, when you really need it, it really does feel like you've accomplished something. It is such a task. Excited to catch some of this stream before I have to work. Your last chance to relax for the night. Well, thanks for hanging out with us. Happy to have you. Hopefully we can get you nice and relaxed before your shift. We were discussing petting the bats yesterday. I would recommend everyone look up the painted bat / orange bat if they are doubtful of the sky pups. If anybody needs encouragement for why bats should be petted, they're so cute. Have you seen those videos of like where they film bats hanging upside down and they flip the video upside down so it looks like they're dancing? I think the carpet at the old place was older and probably needed to be replaced 10 years ago. It was a pet-friendly one. Oh. So the amount of dander in those carpets was probably astronomical. That makes a lot of sense. This apartment has new carpet in it, so I feel like I feel like it is helpful overall. But I could see how over time that would not be the case for sure, like that build up. I need to move, but the cat is comfy. Yeah, you can't. You're stuck there, sorry. That's illegal. I know, I love talking about my pets. The goth nightclub, that is indeed. The bats hanging upside down is indeed the goth nightclub. Yeah, I have so many pictures of my cats in my phone, as I'm sure we all do. That used to be the thing that was taking up all of my storage, was the cat pictures. And now it's been replaced by videos of me, which is so weird. Like filming TikToks and stuff. So fun to go back and look at them though. Every single thing that they do, like in this house, it's just constantly like like, hey, stop what you're doing and look at the cat. Quick, you have to look at the cat. Like, we haven't seen them do whatever it is 1,000 times already. No, it's a novelty every single time. And Agatha, who is the middle child, now that she's getting older, she has become a chronic blepper. Every time she sleeps, she gets her tongue out, but like a lot. Like, it used to just be a tiny little bit if she was very deep asleep, but now it's like half the time you look over, she's got her tongue out. We gotta make her stick it back in so she doesn't dry out. Everybody listen to Nightbot and drink your water. Thank you, Nightbot. Even though Butter is a new addition, I have started taking pictures of him using my yarn as a pillow. He loves it now that he isn't scared. That is so cute. I love it when animals use things as pillows. I wonder if that's why she's trying to get our water glasses all the time now. You could be onto something. Agatha, and honestly all three of them, but Agatha in particular, has become relentless about water glasses. Like, she was fighting Jess the other day, trying to get her head into the glass. I've had my cat since I was 7 when I wasn't as allergic to pets, but now if I tried to pet any cat apart from her, oh, your immune system sends out an alarm or something. That is really unfortunate, but I mean, at least she's not bothering you, it sounds like. You know, at least you get to have one cat, right? That you're good with, unless she's like hyperallergenic or something. That would explain it too, but I've had Sasha since she was itty bitty and now she's 15. And I still am like, oh my god, look at her laying belly up. I know, that's me. 2 of our cats are 13? Are they 13 now? And Carmilla is gonna turn 10 this month, which is wild. And yeah, it's every single thing that they do is still new and astonishing and exciting. Just perpetual babies. Agatha is so funny too because she really likes to be in the bed at night, especially if she can like wedge in between us. And we have to like fight her because she'll come and she'll flop herself down before we've like fully like gotten under the covers and laid down and everything. And then she just is dead weight and like won't move. And we're like rolling her around with the blankets trying to get under the covers. And she's just like, well, you're just gonna have to figure it out because I'm here to stay. And it's like, you can stay, but why don't you give us a second? I love sniffing my cat and then immediately going into a 5-minute sneezing fit. It's worth it. I relate to that. Carmilla, for some reason, you know how they say that newborn babies have that like really good smell on the top of their heads? Carmilla smells like that all the time for some reason. Like the top of her head just smells magical. And the other two are not like that. Like I would say Jude smells normal and then Agatha is stinky because she has stinky breath. But Carmilla smells like baby. So she's very nice to smell. I just moved from a basement flat to a top floor sunny flat. Watching the cats be happy little sun goblins for their first time is the cutest thing. I love it. The sunbathing, it fills me with so much joy. We have a big balcony window here and like the sliding glass doors, and they all really like it. It's one of the few times that they'll all get along so that they can all sit in front of the glass door. No, I don't really need to bring that in here. I can just use that. They have gotten a little bit better at being good sisters lately, though. The way that they act, you would never imagine that they used to love each other so much when they were little babies. Johnny smells so much like puppy and grass, but no matter how often I bathe her, Holly smells like a toilet. She's a healthy baby, but stinky. Yeah, some animals are just like that. They just naturally got the stink in them. I mean, I guess people are like that too, right? People just all smell different. Somehow the stinkiness is... They make it cute, though. Little animals make the stinkiness cute. I mean, look at skunks. Skunks are adorable. And arguably one of the smelliest animals, so... I got to pet a skunk this past summer. That was really cool. I was at a Pride event, and there was somebody there with like, I think they were there with the Communist Party at a Pride event, as you do, in Portland. And they had their mascot was a skunk, so we got to pet the skunk. It was very cute. Ferrets are a good example. Yes, stinky little demons, truly, but very cute. Are skunks stinky always, or just when they spray? I think it may just be when they spray. I don't think that they're necessarily... But, like, I don't know... So, a lot of the times, domesticated skunks that are, like, pets or, like, living in people's houses or, like, part of a rescue or something, they'll have that gland removed so that they can't spray. So I don't know if like that would have something to do with it. I don't know like how stinky a wild skunk would be, because I would imagine if you're spraying some stinky stuff out of your body, you're probably also going to get some on you. So I don't know how that works. I don't know if wild skunks, like, you can smell them. Yeah, wild skunks are stinky. Yeah. So, like, if you remove the gland, then you're not going to have the stinky part, but... Had a healer who got skunked once and she immediately regretted it. Yeah, I mean, it's a defense mechanism for a reason, for sure. When we lived in Massachusetts, we were really close to like a wildlife preserve area in the middle of the city, and we would get skunks over by our apartment complex all the time. And foxes, that was cool. Okay, so Dancer, you said she's a short-haired barn cat, so she's definitely not hypoallergenic, but you're just used to her. That makes sense. Let's see. I feel like I'm really trusting myself today. Like, I feel like I keep, I feel like I'm half paying attention to what I'm doing, but it's working out so far. But I feel like I'm going a little bit quicker than I was yesterday so far. We'll see. We'll see how long that lasts. Not the ad. Okay, I don't see a message in chat. Interesting. It is supposed to tell me. Oh, because it's not that kinda... I see. That's really unfortunate. I need more monitors for this. My goodness. What kind of ads do y'all get? I have targeted advertising turned off on everything, so I feel like I get really generic ones. I was saying it yesterday that out of all of my apps, Instagram is the best at actually showing me relevant things, which makes sense because, you know, my Instagram is very much about my interests, so the accounts that I'm following and things like that, it has a lot of information that it can pull from in that regard to see like what I'm likely going to want to look at. Whereas like Twitch, the data it has on me is much less cohesive, so I feel like I tend to get very like generic, generalized like ads for adults on here. So a lot of like Geico and shit like that. And then sometimes just like random like gaming tournament stuff. Like it all feels very generic to me when it comes to Twitch. Okay, Twitch, I get it. Well, that's what I'm saying though, like how much is that really about like it knowing you and just versus just going, okay, you're an adult person. I can at least tell that, right? Army ads for some reason. Right? I'm not even legally allowed to join the army, so what are you advertising to me for? Every time I get an ad for the Marines, I'm like, get out of here. I'm usually mute the ads and walk away. Yeah, that's... I mean, I have ad blocker on my computer, and that tends to, it works Not all the time. I will still get ads on Twitch in particular that break through. YouTube is also pretty good at fighting it. I feel like YouTube and the ad blocker are like constantly flip-flopping in terms of like updating themselves to like fight each other. So I'll have like an ad blocker update and then it'll block all of the ads, and then YouTube will update or something, and then all of a sudden I keep having ads get through, and then the ad blocker will update again and thwart YouTube once more. And then Twitch is just always very unpredictable. Like they'll definitely sneak through on Twitch, but not all the time. But yeah. They're obnoxious. But I did turn it down for today, so hopefully y'all won't be seeing as much. I'm sorry that the Prime subscription or the regular subscriptions, I don't know, is everybody still getting ads? Like are my subscribers regular subscriptions still getting ads, or is it just you, Jess? Cause that's fucked up if everybody is getting ads. You still think it's both? That is strange. I can turn off ads for the entire stream, and nobody will get ads if I want to. Then I don't get any ad revenue, obviously, which, you know, we'll see. It's not that much anyway, but there's not something that I control. You think it's a specific button buried somewhere. Interesting. Did you look it up? Like where it is? If you can tell me where it is, I'll go turn it off now, because I don't want people with subscriptions to get ads. That doesn't make sense. But as far as the actual ad panel on Twitch, I looked in there and there's nothing that relates to subs getting ads. Maybe they were upset that those ad-free purchases were lower and updated it. I feel like you should be able to find information about Twitch doing that if that's the case. Like, it's not that I wouldn't put it past them to do that. It's just that I think if that's the case, there's gonna be information about that. Yeah, I was in the ads manager. Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh, there it is. Settings. Settings. Oh my god, why do they have that in a different location? Okay, we found it. Thank you, honey. Okay, that's not gonna happen anymore. I'm so sorry that was happening, y'all. That is ridiculous. Okay. Yeah, let me know if you see anything like that again, but that should have fixed it. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That shouldn't even be an option in my opinion. Yeah, you haven't streamed in a couple of years. Yeah, you never know what they change. Okay. Yeah, just let me know if it happens again or anything. Oh, okay, so it's Astral Spiff talked about it in his most recent video if you watch him. Oh, that's the word that I was thinking of yesterday. I knew it would come to me. Somebody was talking about their pet being nicknamed Boof and not knowing what that, you know, word was slang for. And, I was thinking of a different word. I think it was spliff that I had a similar moment with. I knew it would come to me eventually. Okay, so if this is being talked about in a recent video, they must have recently made a change then to that. That's dumb. I'm sorry, but you're already offering so little with a subscription that to take out one of the, potentially, take out one of the major, you know, functions of a subscription is cheap. It's just really cheap, you know? But everybody's doing it. I mean, all of these different subscription services where it's like, the whole point of subscribing is to support them so that they don't have to show you ads. And then they're like, what if you paid more money though, or else we'll still show you ads? It's ridiculous. It feels very dishonest to me. Butter is finally fully asleep on the couch for the first time ever. That is so sweet. Little animals falling asleep, the cutest thing I've ever heard of. I love it when they fall asleep and they just have like their cheek smushed on the floor or whatever they're laying on. Like, your little head must be so heavy. Little angels. He's always so skittish and he wakes up as soon as I move an inch. This time he's fully snuggled and snoozing. That feels good when you know that they're really relaxed like that. That's awesome. When Agatha was a little baby, she would pass out so hard. I remember this one time. She fully rolled off of my lap in her sleep and didn't wake up. Like, off of my lap, I was sitting on the couch. Like, she rolled off onto the floor. So, like, dropped. A vet called my perfectly chipmunk cheek baby fat, and I almost cried. Okay, literally, why did they do that? Like, do not fat shame my little babies, please. We, when Jude got her diagnosis, that she had congestive heart failure. The vet was like, yeah, generally I actually see better outcomes from cats that have like a bit more weight on them, because they have more to lose, you know? So like really skinny cats, if they, you know, if they're dropping weight because of the health complications, it tends to be more dangerous for them. So we were like, finally, we're being told that Jude's being a little heavy for her size is actually a good thing. Because she just is, cats just have different body types, just like people do. All 3 of my cats, they eat exactly the same thing. There is no difference in diet, but they are all 3 completely different weights and body types. Not different sizes. It's not like one is a Maine Coon and one is a dwarf kitty or anything like that. Like, they're all relatively the same size, but just different weights. And it's like genetics for you. It plays a role even for cats. So. But yeah, Jude has been, she's been a consistent weight since she was 2 years old. So it just always kind of felt like that's how she is. My baby wasn't even fat. She's like perfectly healthy and average. And the last time you were at the clinic, they said she could stand to gain some weight, and that, I swear, vets are just as prone to being fat phobic. I'm sorry. Like, sometimes it just doesn't make sense to me. Hi Shy, welcome back. Are you commenting on the, on all of the ends here? Is that what you're, saying is a behemoth? I'm assuming you're not actually talking about bacon. That looks like a typo to me. All the ends. Yeah, it looks pretty crazy. But, you gotta keep in mind that all I'm looking at is the top row. So, like, I don't even see this when I'm working on the back. But yeah, it does feel like it's a total mystery what I'm even working on, because you can't see what's going on. You want to braid it? Well, I'll at least get to go in and play a game of tying knots at the very end. They're all going to be shorter pieces at that point, and I'll trim them even more, but it's kind of like braiding. How heavy is it? I will weigh it when I get to the halfway mark, so probably next week, I'm gonna guess. Not this week's update, but the update after that. I'm gonna guess it'll be just under a pound. And again, at the end, yes, I'm gonna weigh it at every quarter. So I'll weigh it again once we get to halfway, at the 3/4 mark, and then I'll weigh it again once it's 100% finished. Before and after I like trim it, I guess, just to see if I remembered that I said that. But yeah, I'm gonna guess that it's probably doubled. So it was about 7 ounces last time. I'm gonna guess that when we get halfway, it's probably gonna be around 14. So just under a pound. I feel like it looks like it should be heavier than that, but yeah, it's more just like substantial in my hand. At what weight does the vet feel obligated to fat shame the mat? Well, I feel like I get it's already getting shamed for being so shaggy looking, so what is that? Like, what are we calling that, right? Some people are like, think it looks cool, or, come to the conclusion on their own that I'm probably going to put a backing on it. But the number of people that are like, you're gonna hate weaving in all of those ends, and I'm like, well, I'm not weaving them in, so no, I won't. The map isn't fat, it's fluffy. I mean, it is very fluffy, that's very true. It could be fat. I mean, it's certainly, when I fold it up, it's certainly squishy, so. I don't know what would constitute, what constitutes a skinny map, right? Maybe it's just fat by default. You think 10 pounds? Break at work, thought I'd pop in for a bit. Hi, Nebula. Thanks for coming in and hanging out with us. I hope work is going okay for you. Just realized there aren't any stitch markers on the map. How do you keep track of the stitches? So I don't really have to, like, count to keep track of my place because I'm able to follow along with, like, the image itself. So, you know, I can see here I have this big section of yellow, so I know I'm coming up on this big section of yellow here. And I keep my place by looking at sort of the row underneath. So the image to me is just as handy of a guide as anything else, like the fact that it has an image. I think it would be a lot more confusing if it was just random pixels. And that will trip me up when it is, like, every once in a while it's just sort of a dithering effect, so there's not as much of a logic to what I'm looking at, and I will get a little bit more lost when I'm in those areas. So a lot of times I'll just kind of keep my cursor hovered over the area that I'm at to kind of help me get through. But I am not following a pattern, Nisa. It's just the, you'll see it up in the top right corner. I've got it open in a program called Piskel app, and I'm just following along the image itself. So to me, that is enough of a pattern. I would rather do this than have to, like, count pixels like I would if I was following a written pattern. But I do know where to find a pattern if anybody would like a pattern. It is a cross stitch pattern, but if you want to crochet from it, it will work just as well. That. So I will be coming back over here. So we'll just cut a long piece because I'm gonna need this. Okay. I made it earlier. Welcome in. Thanks for joining us. Are you working on anything today? What are we all up to? Has anybody got their project out today? Yeah, my brain is very, like, pattern and, like, picture oriented. So this is just kind of like how I work, you know? It makes sense for this to be easier to follow for me versus some people, you know, if your brain is more about numbers, that may make more sense to you. You're working on Mambo's working on a Lost Soul shawl. That sounds amazing. Zephyr is crocheting a granny square top. Oh, I love that. What kind of top? What should I call you? What is it? Yessie Magri? I think you're in the Discord, but I don't remember right now. Working right now on a tester of Akaza from Demon Slayer. Nice. With the walled garden squares, Zephyr says. Scarlet Quill is finishing the dragon scale scarf for your friend's birthday. Excellent. You think you're going to be able to wrap that up during stream? Shy is working on Naomi's tulip blanket. That's so sweet. Juju is working on Bluey still. You finished all the pieces. Yesenia. Okay, I thought I remembered you being in there, but I was like, ooh, I know it's some version of your username, but I couldn't quite remember. I can call you Yesi though. That's cute. Okay, thank you for that. You'll be up late, sadly, Scarlet Quill. Uh-oh. Well, best of luck to you. Maybe you will, you know, impress yourself. Maybe you'll get through it faster than you think you will. Psh, is not crocheting, but doing homework. I'm so sorry. I do not miss having homework. Even art homework, you'd think it would be more fun. It's really not. Homework is homework. You have work at 4 a.m. Uh-oh. That's not good. How are you with sleepless nights? Are you still able to do that? Look, there's no shame if you need to be finishing your friend's present during their birthday party, okay? That is a valid approach. Sleep is important. I think that if you are getting a handmade gift from someone, it should be your expectation that it comes to you late. Like, by default. Sleep is for the prepared and I am a gremlin. I wish that I could be that person still. I, like, used up all of my staying up late ability while I was in college, and I can't do it anymore. Like, I can't do the 24 hours of no sleep thing anymore. It's just not physically possible for me, which is, you know, is a probably good thing. It's not like I should be doing that, but, yeah, it's like there's no override for me. Losing your damn mind over animation homework, so yeah, not as fun as it sounds. Yeah, I can imagine, especially when you're, like, not vibing with it, or not, like, you know, really in the flow. Nebula finished a crochet hat yesterday and started on your first pair of knit socks. You're typically a crocheter, but have been trying to knit more to use your yarn stash. That's awesome. I have also gotten into knitting recently, and I am knitting a skirt. So that's been pretty fun, actually. It's really funny coming back to knitting and it being like my little, like, fun personal side project that's like my break from crochet. It just feels like kind of ironic to me. I don't know. Perks of insomnia, Scarlet. Oh, I'm so sorry. Insomnia is so rough. It'll come for me every once in a while, and it is so frustrating to not be able to sleep. I'm currently kind of having some difficulty with it, but it's not full-on insomnia. I like lay down to go to sleep and it takes a while, and I feel like I don't stay asleep very well. Like last night was kind of weird. Yeah, Jess has been having a lot of trouble sleeping lately. It's dumb. I don't like it. Zephyr was planning on making your first crochet jumper, but you accidentally downloaded a kid's pattern? No! Do they make an adult version of that jumper, or are you gonna have to find, like, a whole new pattern now? Because I bet you, whatever it is, there's something similar out there. At least if you ever do need to make a kid's jumper, you'll have a leg up. new pattern, but it was free, so a slight win. Okay, there you go. At least you're not having to pay for the pattern twice. Y'all, I was thinking about it. I'm like, I bet when I drink my drink, y'all can say hello. That's Wayne. I'm so impressed with everyone attempting a sweater. I'm in year 3 of trying to finish a knit tank. But it's on a timeout at the moment because I did the bottom ribbing, tried it on, and it's like 4 inches too short. Oh, that is so upsetting. I really want to make a knit tank top next. That's like my next idea that I'm going for. How did I get into crocheting? Thank you. And what was the first thing that I crocheted? Wayne the Cup Jackson. Yeah, so I got into crochet about 6 years ago, I think. I had always wanted to try it because when I was younger, I was a knitter. When I was in high school, my best friend at the time taught me how to knit. And, possibly, I think it was high school. And so I had done like scarves and things, like really simple stuff with knitting, no color work or anything like that. And it just never really took off for me. So I had put down my knitting for like quite a while. Like I think by the time I was done with college, I wasn't really knitting anymore. And, I knew that I wanted to try crochet because I just sort of intuitively from looking at it got the impression that like it would click better for me. It seemed a little bit more free in the way, you know, in the ways that I needed it to be. I felt a little bit restricted by knitting. So one year for Christmas, my wife got me my first set of crochet hooks, which I am still using to this day. I really like these. They're metal and they have this like silicone handle, so they have that little bit of an ergonomic grip. And it was a little bit of a slow start for me. The first thing that I made was a hat. It was like a yellow hat, and it was... I actually recommend this as a beginner pattern if you want to try it. You can look up patterns for this technique, or you can just figure it out yourself because it's pretty simple. Basically, you make a rectangle with the rib stitch that is long enough this way. So rib stitch is going this way. Long enough that it can go around your head, and then tall enough that it can, you know, go over the crown. You can fold it over if you want to. And then you sew up the side, and then you do the simple, sew the top up by just threading your yarn through and pulling. And very simple technique. Not an amazing hat, but very simple. So that was the first thing that I ever made. And from there, I kind of hit a lull for a while. But what really did it for me was granny squares. Granny squares, like, really helped me hone my technique, I feel like. Because I'm kind of a perfectionist. So having the opportunity to do the same thing over and over again and not just be making something that wasn't usable if I made a mistake was really helpful to me. I think you learn a lot from mistakes, so I felt very free to mess up with granny squares if I needed to, and then I could like see what the problem was. I could compare one square to the other square, like note the difference. I think that taught me a lot about how crochet works functionally. And so with the granny squares, I ended up making a cardigan, which was my first, well, I guess the hat was my first wearable, but the cardigan feels like my first wearable. And that really made me passionate about it. Yes, they're not Clover and Moors, but they are similar to the Clover and Moor. I want to try a Clover and Moor. I'm gonna have to get some so that I can compare the two. But these have held up surprisingly well. Yes, my wife is very sweet. Eisenbuns is in the chat. That's my wife. Crochet is hard to start, but easygoing once you know where to put the hook for each stitch. Knitting is easy to start since each stitch is neatly outlined, but then technique really ramps up and it doesn't hide any mistake. I think that's fair. I do agree that, like, getting the knit stitch down is pretty simple, but then understanding what to do with it after that can be very confusing. Crochet, the single crochet stitch is functionally more complex than knitting in the sense that there are more movements that are required to make a single crochet stitch. That's why machine knitting is possible and machine crochet is not, unless it's like embroidery that's like imitating crochet. Yeah, thank you for asking, Ezzy. So that probably feeds into it, but I think just having an understanding of, like, textiles in general really helped me when it came to learning to crochet. Like, you know, even though knitting didn't click for me, I think it did directly contribute. Well, yeah, no, I think that's true. I think that knitting directly contributed to me learning how to crochet, and then I think having, you know, kind of a general mastery of crochet has definitely made an impact on me getting back into knitting. So, you know, even though there's not a direct translation, I do think that they feed into one another. At least in my opinion. But I have plans to make kind of a general overview of how to get into crochet for beginners. Not like going over how to do the actual stitches, but more of like a lesson plan to help you find all of the things that you need to actually learn, because I feel like there are so many tutorials out there for how to do a knit stitch, or not a knit stitch, a single crochet. I don't need to make another one. There's plenty of them, right? And I'd rather make a playlist to share all of those pre-existing resources and share that with people. Thank you so much for the subscription.
Yes, I agree, just subscribe.
I really appreciate that, Yezi. But I think making a lesson plan that people can follow to figure out what resources they need. Like, one of the big things that tripped me up when I was first learning was, what yarn do I need to get for a specific project, you know? I was like, how do the different yarns work? What are they good for? Things like that. So I'd like to talk about, like, you know, those choices. I'd like to talk about, like, how, you know, amigurumi versus granny squares versus just making a rectangle may be better for some people. And kind of just give people the tools to know what they're looking for. With your permission, would I be able to use your playlist to assist in my lesson plans for my new job? Absolutely. I mean, I'm gonna put it on YouTube, so, like, you know, if you're playing my video, you're helping me no matter what. So it's not like it's gonna be paywalled behind a subscription or anything. So I think that'd be wonderful, yeah. And then obviously it wouldn't just be my videos. I'll have other people's videos in there as well, because you can do that with YouTube. But yeah, I think that's wonderful. How was your first amigurumi experience? I enjoyed it. It's not like as much of my thing. Like I like it. I'll do it sometimes, but I don't feel as like drawn to it as I do with wearables. Yeah, of course, Mambo. But I thought it was fun. It was cute. I made a little cactus, like a little potted plant amigurumi. I picked up a kit from Barnes & Noble. That has like I still have the book. It's a bunch of different little cactus patterns and stuff. And I ended up giving the finished product to my friend's kid. She was probably like, I don't know, 4 or something, 3 or 4 at the time. So I felt like, you know, she would get more enjoyment out of it, having it. It was her birthday anyway. Excuse me. Got like a little hiccup there. It was her birthday, so I just gave it to her. And I've done some other little things too, but I just like, I'm less into random objects. Like, I have stuffed animals and stuff, and I have like figurines and things like that, but where is this color? Oh, I used it all up. I need to get more of this. I just really like things to be functional, you know, or like to hang on the wall. I like to have like a place for everything. So I think that contributes to me not being quite as into amigurumi. The one thing that does get me though is dolls. Dolls could be a special interest for me if I could figure out a pattern that I really like for them because of the clothes. Specifically, like, doll clothes have been something that I've been into since childhood. That's how I started to learn how to sew. When I was really little, I would hand sew clothes for dolls, and I've always really loved that. So again, it comes back to the wearables, but that would get me into Ami if I could find it. Because I've been trying to work out a pattern of my own for a while for a crochet doll, but I just haven't. I'm still thinking about it. I'm still stewing on that one. That many strings would absolutely give me a panic attack. Welcome in, Rotten Cowboy. I feel like it looks worse than it actually is to work with. Like, a lot of this stuff, I don't really have to worry about at all. But it does look kind of crazy, I know. There, here, you focus on the trees. Take a deep breath. I'm gonna get my color that I need. I have so many of these that they have their like own place that they live, but I'm gonna grab out a few of these. The cactus sounds cute. Your first official crochet project was a piece with the blue chicken from Stardew. Oh, that is so cute. You also have an obsession with crocheting dolls. Yeah, I feel like it's easy to get hooked on. You panic over working with 2 strings as you stitch your parts together. It's not for everyone. I am very, like, pattern oriented, so it scratches my brain in a very good way. You got to get back to work, Nebula. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you showing up. I'm so thankful that you're streaming today. I really appreciate the coziness here after such a stressful day. I'm sorry that your day was stressful, Pudding. I'm happy that you're here and that we can help you relax a little bit. Your first completed Stardew project was a freehand Cthulhu for your college professor. Stardew project or crochet project? If there's a Cthulhu in Stardew, I would definitely like to know about it. Crochet, not Stardew. Yeah. That's amazing, though. I feel like... Surely I've seen a picture of that. I feel like I must have... Like, you have that on your Instagram or something. Do you have any advice for not giving up on a project? I have many half done. Evaluate whether you're getting something out of completing it, I feel like is step one. Because sometimes you should give up on a project. Not all the time, but sometimes you should. Examples being, if it's not turning out like you wanted it in terms of the fit or the color, or maybe you've just kind of discovered in the process of making it that you don't really like it that much. If you don't feel like by the time you get to the end of it that you'll be fulfilled by it, if you're just doing it out of a sense of obligation, don't finish it. Frog it. Save the yarn. But if you feel like you really want it, if you would really look forward to having it, first separate it from everything else. So if instead of thinking about all of your unfinished projects as one big lump of stuff and each individual project is a piece of that lump, figure out how many of them you actively want to work on, take them away from the other unfinished projects, and put the rest of the pile out of your mind. That doesn't count as unfinished projects anymore, right? And only focus on one or two or whatever is a good number to you at a time, and those will be your whiffs. Like, don't stress yourself out by feeling like you have this whole pile that you're dealing with. The sweet spot for me, I like to have about 4 projects going at a time, and then I can have them all in different stages of, like, how I'm working on them. So I may have, you know, one that's really complicated like this that I'm working on. I may have one that's like all single crochets or something, so I can sit in front of the TV and work on it and turn my brain off, and it's very simple. And then I may have one that like I'm just starting to plan out, and one that I'm finishing up, so like I'm leaving in the ends or something. So I can really jump around in that way depending on what my mood is, and I'm not like locked in like, oh, if I want to crochet, I have to do single crochet or something like that, you know? Like, sometimes that's not the vibe for me. So it's good to leave yourself with options. And then make a plan for yourself. That might be a good way to approach it. Like, different people are oriented in different ways, and that's okay. If it just doesn't sound like something that's going to work for you, that's fine too. But what is helpful for me is definitely having a plan. So, like, for this project, having weekly updates has been extremely helpful for me to making sure that I continue working on it. And I think it's also helpful because I am regularly getting an image of the map. And one thing that you may not realize is that when you are working on a project and staring at it constantly for an extended period of time, you lose perspective on it. You lose the ability to see flaws, and you also lose the ability to see progress, because all that chunk of time is just blending everything together for you. So when you do things like put it down for a while and come back to it and pick it up again, or when you do things like taking a picture or looking at it in the mirror, it is a great way to shift your perspective so that you can see it for what it actually is and not just see it for how much is left for you to do, right? So taking those periodic breaks to take a step back, zoom out from it, and look at what you've accomplished on it as opposed to how much you have left to do is a great way to refresh your brain. So maybe you say, I'm gonna do 4 rows on this a week. If I continue, you know, like if it's a blanket or something, if I do 4 rows on it per week, then I can finish it in 10 weeks. And then every week you get to like check off a box or something. And you go, okay, I only have 9 more weeks left on this. That can be a great way to help you feel like you are making that progress if it's something that doesn't have a lot of visual cues for you to gauge that you are in fact making progress. Like, I think big rectangles of single crochet are rough because it doesn't look like anything is happening. Another thing that you can do, I have clickers, like for like when you're running laps, things like that. So, you know, you click it one time and the number ticks up every time. And that is how I tick off my rows. So I have another visual representation on hand all the time for how many rows I have finished. And then I know, oh, it seems like I still have a lot left to do, but I have 100 rows that are done. So that means I only have 20 rows left to do. That also can be some good perspective. So just throwing things out there for you. Hopefully something in there was helpful. I feel like some of the struggle is just that everybody's brain is different. So what works for me may not work for you, vice versa. This is like the equivalent of those giant cross-stitch makers who stitch in sections and leave like 400 different shades of blue stitched on the edges for later. I mean, crochet and cross-stitch have a lot in common, it's true. Zephyr, I'm the first person to say your name right first try. I'm sorry, I don't really get that because it's like a normal word. Well, I'm glad I did. You don't think you ever took a picture, Shy? That's weird. That, I feel like I know what you're talking about. Maybe you've just mentioned it before. Maybe that's what I'm remembering. But that's a shame because I would have loved to see that. There probably is a Cthulhu mod for Stardew. I wouldn't put it past the modders. They make some crazy stuff. When I was in school for creative writing, my teachers would tell us to take a day or two off from our short stories before editing and refresh your brain and get perspective. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100% I find that it applies to writing too. Yes, I agree. You get too close to something and you really can't see it for what it is anymore. And you can't see the mistakes. Yes, try it for, you write as well, so you'll have to try it for crochet as well. Highly recommend. It's a great way to, you know how digital artists, they flip their work, right? To make sure that it's actually symmetrical. It's the same principle. Like, I literally hold this up in the mirror and look at it so that I can take it in as a whole. It helped you finish a year-long blanket project. Yeah. Blankets seem like a lot. I know that's gotta be funny coming from me, but like, I think a blanket would test me. Maybe if it was like a mosaic or something, but when it's just all like the same thing over and over again, oh man. There's not enough visual, like, reward for me. I will get antsy. Like, sometimes even if you aren't, even when something doesn't take you a long time compared to other projects. Like, I now have the ultimate benchmark for what is a long time to spend on a project, right? Like, this is literally going to end up being a year of my life. So it feels funny to think about, like, other projects that may have only taken me a month to get through being really long and tedious projects, but the vibe of working on them is a big piece of that. Like, it's one thing for a project to actually, in a literal sense, take a long time, and it's another thing for that project to feel like it is taking a long time. What is wrong with this? What did I do wrong? So that's, and then 1, 2, 3. Okay, I must have just missed something. Like, skipped a stitch or something. Yeah, this is a perfect example of me using the image to keep track, because I knew that the pink stitch that I was going to make needed to be made into a green stitch. So I started to do the pink stitch, and I realized I was making it into another pink stitch. And I said, hang on, that's not right. So that's a really good example of me using the image itself to keep track of where I am. There we go. Blankets are your favorite, Scarlett? I don't think you're crazy for that. I just think you're built different. You're fond of the Yarnspiration star blanket pattern? I could see that being fun. It's basic but very pretty in the perfect phasing yarns. Yeah, I feel like stripes, if it has stripes in it, it's a little bit different, because then you have that visual indicator from the stripes. You accidentally have 3 work in progress blankets. Okay. Yeah. That's a lot. Yeah, being excited about new patterns, that makes sense how that would happen if you're like, ooh, shiny. But that does sound intimidating. Again, though, it's a matter of perspective. Like, I say that, but, you know, size and stitch count do not always go hand in hand. Like, a lot of people call this a blanket, even though I don't think about it as a blanket, because, first of all, it's not even big enough to be a throw. It could be like a lap blanket, but I'm not going to use it as a blanket. I'm going to put it on my wall. So I think of it more as like a poster. You know, or tapestry. You know, it's tapestry crochet, but I think about it like as a tapestry, because tapestries get hung on the wall. So, but, you know, in terms of stitch count, like, I'm sure there are blankets that have comparable stitch counts. And if I was gonna make an actual full-size blanket that had an intricate pattern on it that was the same number of stitches, I also wouldn't think twice about that. So yeah, it's just a matter of perspective. It's literally just the idea of making a huge rectangle with only one color that has me shaking in my boots. That's what it is. That's what I fear. Mambo, you're working on 2 blankets. That's more power to ya. Scarlet has 5. Okay, y'all are something else. You feel like this would be 2 steps to be a blanket? Yeah, and plus your cat. Exactly. I would never want to have this in a place where my cat could get her, any of my cats could get their paws on it. That's, God, that would be upsetting. No thank you. Yeah, everything I make, I gotta anticipate that my cat could claw it. Yeah, part of the thing too with this piece is that there is more elasticity to this fabric than you would think. Like, I think horizontally it doesn't have that much stretch, but vertically there actually is a considerable amount of stretch because the stitches are not fully opened up. So part of the reason that I want to add a backing board to it, and you'll see, let's see if I can, you'll see how much, it's so that it stays open, the stitches stay open like that. And it's gonna make them a little bit more square too. They're a little bit too compressed right now, so they're a little bit wider than they are tall. So when I have the backing board at the end, it's gonna keep those stitches open, and it is going to result in the scaling of the map being more accurate to the pixel art. It's not really working because I have my clip down here that's preventing me from stretching that panel, but it's just, let me find a good example. Maybe the house here. Yeah. So I feel like it makes it a little bit more clear, the different areas of the map, when it's has that stretch going. Opens up those stitches and also flattens out some of that texture. So that's another reason not to use it as a blanket and to put it on the wall, so that it can benefit from the stretch of the backing. Because it won't stay like this if I block it. It'll bounce back. I learned that from previous projects. You're gonna frog one of your blankets because the yarn and pattern don't fit like you thought, Pudding. Yeah, that makes sense. It seems like it's not going to be what you want at the end of it. It's not really worth putting in all that time and effort. You have 0 blankets because you're not crazy. Yeah, I've never made a blanket. I'm not really... I don't feel compelled. But maybe for the right pattern, like I said, if it was a tapestry pattern, I would consider that. Yeah, Elliot's house is down there. I like Elliot too. Elliot's like my second favorite husband. Does anyone else habitually... I see you, babe. Does anyone else habitually steal Caroline from Pierre because she deserves better? There was somebody in here yesterday that was talking about how they really liked Pam. You should tell them about Hot Pam, babe. One blanket is a solid rectangle made of a double crochet with thick yarn using a 15mm hook. Okay, so really thick yarn. The other one will be those viral XXL flower bouquet. Oh, totally. And the one I'm going to frog is made of rainbow yarn. The pattern's too tight. Yeah, that makes sense. When the tension is too tight, it's not fun. It's painful. Oh hell yeah. We got the Ace Squad in chat today. That's That's one of my flags too. You want Robin, Yezi? Yeah, I think that that's probably a pretty popular opinion. You sewed the stomach patch on sideways, and so you're gonna take a break. I think that that's a good idea. Not sideways, just very crooked. Yeah, I think taking a step back is definitely wise. I have put projects on extended holds before because I made a big mistake like that, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to waste this yarn by freaking out and making a choice that I will regret. So we're just gonna come back to this when I'm emotionally prepared. Any Sandy lovers in the chat? Oh, poor Sandy. You know, she's so inconvenient to get to her. Like, I just have never really gotten to know her because I haven't spent enough time in the desert. The same thing with the dwarf in the mines. He's just like so inconvenient to get to. I say that, one of my favorite characters is Krobus, so... But I will grind to get Krobus. Like, I don't care. I love Krobus. Sebastian and Krobus are my absolute favorites. And I will mod the game so that I can have both. I often do that. You like the Emily and Sandy mod you've seen? Okay, you also have to tell them, babe, about the mod that replaces Clint. I would drag the U-Haul truck there by hand if it meant I could romance her organically. We can all agree on the Clint hate, right? Look, I'm not gonna hurt anyone if they are fine with Clint. That's okay. I understand that some people are okay with him, and that's okay. I'm glad that you have never been hurt by a man like Clint before. But I am the #1 Clint hater. Can't stand that man. Oh, the mod for replacing Clint hasn't been updated yet. Yeah, there was a mod to replace Clint with a fantastic trans woman named Clarice with her own storyline. Clint just gives weird vibes and I want to protect Emily. Yeah, I just like wish he would not do the things that he does. Like, if y'all... I'm sure y'all have seen Emily's 8 heart event and his weird comment about you winning her. Like, he said that to me and I was like, bro, I'm literally married to someone else. Like, what are you talking about? Clint reminds me of the last man I dated. Should have known before about that flag. Look, unfortunately, we all have to find out sometime. And, you know, we don't just have a built-in bullshit detector, you know? We gotta learn it from somewhere. So, unfortunately. Clint is, why is he never there in his shop? It's like, are you doing anything or with anyone? No. Yes, Clint is definitely got a target on his back in here. He's probably looking through Emily's window. I mean, if the shoe fits. It's like, I appreciate a shy character, right? Like, Sebastian is my favorite character, and his whole thing is his social anxiety. That's like one of the main components of his character. And like, I get that some people are a little turned off to the fact that he's like very like blunt when you first get to know him. I don't particularly see it as like that rude. It's not like he's Shane, and people freaking love Shane. But you know, a big part of his story is that he has social anxiety, right? Sebastian does. And so it's like, I really appreciate that in a character. But so like, if that was all it was with Clint, was that he was just shy, I feel like I would have a very different reaction to him. But that's not all it is with Clint. It's the way that he talks to and about Emily is like so unacceptable. Clint is the kind of guy who thinks men and women can't just be friends, and that's why he's default jealous if you're close, even if it's not romantic. Yeah, exactly. And like, that attitude is not okay. I'm gonna have to like put a timestamp on here. Like, if you like Clint, please skip forward like 10 minutes. Or maybe, I mean, maybe you just need to hear this. Maybe you actually need to hear this conversation, but... Marnie also needs to dump Lewis. For real. Mayor Lewis, get over yourself and take that woman on a proper date. Clint gives incel. You're not wrong. I feel bad romancing Shane to get my blue chickens, but not bad enough. No, I mean, get your chickens. And I do appreciate, here's the thing. Here's like the real way to approach things with Shane, I feel like. Because when do you get the blue chicken? Is it after you marry him, or is it after you fully romance him? Because somebody pointed out that where am I? Hang on. I think I messed up. Somebody pointed out, I got distracted talking about Clint, that romancing, like marrying him actually kind of screws him up, because when you just romance him, he actually like gets his life together and like has a huge turnaround, but then if you fully marry him, then he goes back, like right back to the way that he was before. So I think the thing with Shane is that you just fully romance him and then leave it at that. Don't marry him, and then you actually fix him. And then everyone can have a better experience because Shane is not a dick anymore. I just remember that cutscene where Emily is being nice to Shane, just doing her job, and he gets jealous. Yeah, I hate that shit. Don't do that shit. Shane's romance is really realistic. It's just not the scenario I want. Totally fair. Yeah. Also, you're gay? Yeah, we know. Bilbo Scraggon's future co-parent is here for fun. Oh, we'll go have fun. Have a great day. Thanks for hanging out. You get a blue chicken and the world gets a happy Shane. Exactly. Everybody wins. I would never marry Shane because he messes up the house. I saw with the most recent update, the 1.6 update, you have the trash catalog now. So I saw somebody posted a TikTok that was like, if you are irritated that when you marry Shane, he messes up your house, here's what you need to do to make your house cohesive. Just mess up the rest of it too. So you use the trash catalog to make it all look like Shane's room. So at least it's cohesive, right? Partially married Elliot because it makes your house look beautiful. Absolutely. Shane's room, not Shane, sorry. Sebastian's room is probably the most accurate to like what MySpace looks like. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Elliot's room is pretty, and I also really like the poem that he writes you when he's away on his book tour. I just think it's like cheesy, but I think it's really sweet and it's pretty. Is Sebastian or Krobus for you, Nisa, or nothing? You're curious about Maru, though? Okay, have you done her 8-heart event before? Because I've gotten... I think I maxed out my friendship. Yeah, I have gone through it. I've maxed out my friendship with every single villager in the most recent save that I had, because I was trying to actually get myself to do it. So I was like, I'm going to make a rule for myself that I cannot marry anyone until I have maxed out my relationship with everyone except for the people that are like just too difficult because they come in late, like the dwarf, and I think I made an exception for like the dwarf and Sandy. Everybody else, I was like, I'm going to max out their relationship first. And so I finally saw everybody's 8-heart events and everything. And the one with Maru is really cute. Like, it made me want to romance her. I think it's really sweet. So I think that that's worth a try for sure. And then if you don't like it, you just go back to your tried and true. You saw the messing up the house to match thing and it scarred you? Yeah. I think it's kind of funny. I really like the concept of the trash catalog. But I also used to make, my brother and I, back when The Sims 1 was king, my brother and I would do this thing where we would make like a trash family, and they all had like the stained clothes, and they lived in like this ruin of a house, and it was just kind of our goal to make their lives as terrible as possible, and that was like what was fun for us. So there's a part of me that enjoys that messy gameplay, I suppose. I have actually never had kids in Stardew. I've never experienced having a child. Partially because I have never really gotten that far, but also I'm okay with that because I don't know if I really want to. You have a theory that Haunted Chocolatier is just the children who grew up and moved away? That's fun. What are everyone's thoughts on Alex because he was my first spouse in Stardew? I feel like one of our friends is obsessed with Alex. Yeah, like you said, Jess, you think his romance is best enjoyed through like the male lens. So like if you play a male-bodied character, because I agree, it really does change how his story comes across if he like has this gay awakening moment. Same with Haley. I didn't really like her until I got higher relationship, because you stay away from rude characters at the start. I think Haley is another one that it's like she just needs to be sapphic. I have a child in the game and I had a child in real life. The child in game is weird. Yeah, I get that. I wish Stardew kids got older than toddlers and you could celebrate their birthdays. I get why they don't, because it would just be too complicated from a coding standpoint, I'm sure. But I agree. It's weird that they're just perpetually babies. Like, that doesn't really appeal to me. Yeah, you gotta become a Haley stan, babe. You're gonna like her a lot. And if the kids did chores, yeah. And your spouse doesn't do much since I have sprinklers and upgraded coops and barns. Yeah, by the time you get your spouse, it's so funny to me too, because sometimes they'll still do like the dialogue options of like, oh yeah, I watered all the crops or I fed all the animals. Me looking out at my property covered in sprinklers like, sure you did. Yep, you sure did that. And then they'll be like, wow, you do so much work. I'm like, yeah, I do. Do you want to help? At least in like, I mean, a lot of them, to be fair, they do have their own jobs that they do. Like, Harvey still has to go be a doctor, and Elliot is writing, and Sebastian does, you know, like, freelance work and stuff on his computer. They don't really have animations for that. A lot of the times their animations just kind of show them walking around, to be fair. But, you know, in theory, they probably still have things that they need to be doing. You know, they don't unfortunately contribute an income, but... The least they can do is harvest some crops for you. For real. They should be able to just, like, put them into a chest, like... It'd be cool if there was a system, like, if y'all have played Schedule 1, where you could, like, select a chest for your spouse to use, and then if they harvested crops, they could put them directly into that chest. You love the fact that the kitty in the game purrs. Let me show you this. So this is one of the sounds that you can turn on. So down here they have like these ambient background sounds. So I have the smooth rain going right now in the fireplace because, like, to me that's like the ultimate. But they have they also have vinyl noise, rumbling thunder, soothing wind, like forest sounds, snowstorm, lots of different things, keyboard typing, these like cooking sounds, an ocean one, ambient chatter, and then the cat purring is down here. So I can, you know, adjust this up or down if we want to have some really aggressive purring in our ears. And then, you know, birds singing, things like that. Got a little tiny bit of creek noise. Oh god, that's loud. Just a splash of creek noise. But yeah, it's really nice that you can have these different ambient noises. So even if I did change my spirit over here in the wardrobe, like if I wanted to have this little axolotl guy, I can still have kitty purring noises. I don't have to sacrifice the purring. Give us the room tour. Is that a yarn spider? It is indeed a yarn spider. So let's look through the spirits really quick. So we've got Goopy, who's a little gelatinous guy. We got a dust bunny. This is Hedgelog, so he's like a hedgehog that's on fire. We got this little fish. There's a couple of different birds. And a bookworm. And a teapot. This is Trash Nuki. I don't remember all of their names, but I remember some of their names. And then this fox. So, you know, gotta make sure that the furries have something. And then Arachnid is a little yarn spider. He only creeps me out a little bit. I don't like spiders. He's pretty cute though. I think this is Sunquill. I think that's this one. And then this bumblebee one. And this one's a pot of ink. This one's Voo to Do. And then the axolotl. There's so many of them. This is not even all of them, because I don't have any of the DLC yet. These are like boba pearlfish. Ham stereo, I think, is this one. And then this one is like a gaming console. And the frog, I think Flutter Frog or something like that. And the bat. And little two-tailed fox, a gecko, and then a cat with ramen for a head, and then Among Us. So lots of different options, and then they all have color variants too. So some of them cost money, which I have plenty of money, but so I could purchase a color variant if I wanted to. But yeah, all of them have different color variants. And then this is, I'll show you the room at large. Yeah, this is Spirit City Lofi Sessions. Thank you, honey. Yeah, it's on Steam. It goes on sale all the time. And there's a bunch of different DLC. And then this is the room. So there's a few different areas that you can relax in. And, you can decorate it too. There's a ton of different options for decorating everything. Like, you can decorate all of these different areas however you want them, within reason. And also, your backdrop out the window there, and then, like, the different walls and stuff. It's pretty customizable. So we have the fireplace area over here, and we have these different activities that you can do by the fire. And your spirit companion is generally doing something as well. So, like, you can see Lenny is down here playing games while I'm playing games. And you unlock the different spirits through this Spirit X by doing different activities in different locations at different times of day. Because you can adjust the lighting as well, so I could make it nighttime if I wanted to. And so you can also go sit at your desk and work on different things. I wish you could knit at your desk, but they don't have that. And then you can relax on your bed. I think the gaming one is pretty cute. And then the bay window. I think the bay window is probably my favorite area. But yeah, I think it's a really cute little resource. You know, there's a built-in Pomodoro timer and stuff, and you can put tasks lists in there, and then you have something to keep you company while you're working, if you're looking for that. You know, when you can't turn on the stream, that is. You're gonna have to get this game because it's so cozy. Yeah! Hell yeah, we gotta redeem for fireplace. Let's go. Do you have an activity preference at the fireplace? You've got a couple of options there. Lunch break time again. This time you remember to bring your knitting. Hell yeah, welcome in Maximum Ride. What are the options again? So you can be writing on the computer, you can be sipping a drink, you can be knitting, gaming, or writing. Also on your computer. Gaming? Gaming is pretty cute. And then we get to have Lenny playing a game too. Yeah, I don't have the options on there because they're different at, or the activity options on there because they're different at every location. But, there you go. Thanks for your redeem there. I'm also happy to change the time of day if you would like. You just let me know. Nice and cozy. I agree. That fireplace is super cozy. My dad had a wood-burning stove growing up, and that remains peak coziness to me, is to be in front of the fireplace. They also have holiday decorations, so I probably will redecorate a little bit for Halloween once it gets a little bit closer. And then they also have like Christmas time decorations. You like the sun going down or maybe early morning when the sky is super colorful? Let's see what looks best from this location. So here's morning. I feel like you don't get a lot of that vibe. I think you're gonna like evening better. Because it gets kind of like, the mood lighting in here is pretty good. But you let me know. And you can kind of see, well, you can't really see the window from here. Halloween all year? I mean, I can get behind that. So excited for Halloween this year. I love Halloween. It's definitely my favorite holiday. Does anybody have any Halloween plans yet? I really want to do something for Halloween this year. Because I feel like there's gotta be something cool happening in Portland. It's always spooky season in this house. Hell yeah. Do you do Summerween, Nisa? Your in real life friend group does something big every year for Halloween, and this year you're doing an escape room. That's so fun. Nisa does Wednesday Addams every year. Maximum Ride, you need to finish your pirate costume. Your 3-year-old has been saying she wants to be a skeleton, so you'll be a family of skeletons. That is so cute. Every year I do an Addams Family rewatch and dress up for trick-or-treaters, but you haven't decided a costume. Addams Family rewatch is a good choice. Do you watch the original show, or are you watching the movies? I mean, solid choice either way. Gravity Falls is golden. I love Gravity Falls. You need to get your yearly Over the Garden Wall rewatch. Yes, I agree. You like the movies for Addams Family? You haven't seen the show yet? The show is cute. It's like a different vibe, but it's really fun. And Wednesday, you know, I mean all of the characters truly. When are they ever not iconic? This is your first Halloween with a toddler instead of a tiny baby, so you're excited to plan her costume. That is so cute. You're back, Honey Tree. You won't be super active because you're doing schoolwork, but you'll be watching. Well, we're happy to have you. Good luck with your schoolwork, for sure. Yeah, don't let us distract you too much. You're planning on doing an Over the Garden Wall embroidery project soon. Oh, that is really exciting. What are you, like, what kind of embroidery project? You think Jenna Ortega is doing a great job? I think that she makes a lot of sense for Wednesday. For sure. Yeah, if you... I feel like you have to post that, that project in the Discord, Maximum Ride, if you're not already in there. Yes, you'll post... You just said that. I look forward to seeing it for sure. I usually find a picture or fan art online that is simple enough and just duplicate it, so not original artwork, but it turns out really cool. That's awesome. Yeah, you can really be kind of free with it when it comes to embroidery, huh? I love this little community you've created. I love it too. Y'all have been so awesome. No, I just appreciate all of you showing up, truly. There's a Discord? Yes, there is. Let me get you the invite link. My Discord is trans and non-binary and otherwise gender expansive focused. Obviously crochet focused, but you know, allies are welcome, knitters are welcome, fiber artists. You don't have to be anything to join. Just know that that is what is at the core of our space. So hop on in. You've only been in one Discord server and it scarred you. I understand. Discord can be intense, but yeah, the vibe is very low key, no pressure. You don't need to do any chatting or anything. Like, you know, you don't even really have to post an intro if you don't want to. That's just a protection measure against bots and stuff like that. Like, you know, you're in the channel right now. We know it's you, so we're gonna approve you. So, no pressure whatsoever to do anything in there. Just come hang out, and then you can see people's pet pictures and what they're working on. You know, you can be just a lurker. Sounds amazing. Well, you're welcome to come join too, Golgi. You already did, yeah. Hell yeah. If you get scarred, let Auntie know. Absolutely. Yeah, if anything weird happens in there, I guess Nisa's stepping up. I don't know. But feel free to DM me, like, if you need to. It's not the space for that. So if anything is, like, weird or uncomfortable or off to you, please send me a DM and let me know what's going on. Big auntie energy, I will DM for you. Yes. See, you've already got somebody in your corner. We're not gonna let anything weird go on in there. Like, at the end of the day, it is my server, and I am not beholden to anyone else when it comes to, like, what is or isn't allowed. So if we feel like something is weird, we're just gonna get rid of it. That's it. I have definitely had my share of weird and bad and toxic online experiences, and I'm not inviting that into my space. Absolutely not. For any VOD watchers who are not seeing that link, just to let you know, you can also find that link through my website, through the About page, or the Contact page. So if you also want to, you know, send that to anyone else who you think should be on the Discord, that would be an easy way to send them the link as well. Yeah, fingers crossed this VOD actually is correct today, and I can actually upload this one to YouTube. Because the one yesterday was screwed up. I can't upload that to YouTube. Whatever we did to fix the audio for stream yesterday so that everyone watching live could actually hear me, messed up the audio in the VOD. So the audio in the VOD, like, it recorded correctly. It recorded the game audio, and it recorded my voice correctly when I first started streaming. But y'all couldn't hear me or the game. And so when we fixed that issue so that you could at least hear me, it like glitched the audio in the VOD so it's like doubled up. So there's like an echo to it. So it's not very pleasant to listen to. It is on Twitch if you want to see what I'm talking about, but I'm just not going to put it on YouTube. So we'll, you know, everything goes well, we will at least have today's VOD up on YouTube. So if you're wondering where yesterday's VOD is, if you're watching this, that's what happened. You know, we just had to have one weird day to work out all the kinks. You went back and watched the Twitch recording and the audio wasn't great, but you still finished it? You're a champ for that. You're a real champ for that. I'm sorry that you had to listen to that garbled audio. Hopefully will not happen again. I think we fixed the issue. Yeah, is it really a return to streaming without at least one thing breaking? Truly. And like I said yesterday, it's not like this is my first time streaming. Like, these were my settings from before, but you know, just sometimes things break for no reason. So always a fun adventure to see what it's going to be. Yeah, I also noticed yesterday in the VOD that Spirit City was not it wasn't playing the video actually. So I have it up on the side here. I have the little, you know, small picture over here with Spirit City. Yesterday in the VOD, I noticed it was just a frozen image. So I'm glad that's working today too. I don't know why it was doing that yesterday, but yeah, just fun. All of the fun random things happened for some reason yesterday. Finished another color set of squares on my project. Need to consult the pattern I made that's turned on the next lot of squares. And you'll put it in the Discord? Hell yeah. Good job. That always feels good when you can tick off a box. Is anybody playing any good games right now, other than Stardew Valley, of course? I have been getting back into Palia after not playing it for like a year, and Oh my god, there is so much to explore. There's so much that's been updated. I'm like, it's like all I want to do right now is play Palia, which is unfortunate because I also really want to play Oblivion some more. But, you know, there's only so many hours in a day. You started, Mamo is playing Splatoon, Big Run starts tonight? Oh, hell yeah. Splatoon, I think, is really satisfying to watch. How many Stardew saves does everyone have? I have 2. Active Stardew saves or like all time? Because that's 2 different answers. I think I have at least 5. I just started Potion Permit. I'm a little obsessed. I've seen Potion Permit. It's pretty cute. It makes me a little anxious, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like haggling, so that aspect of the game is just, it makes me a little uncomfortable, even though it's a video game. It seems kind of silly, but like, I think it's a neat game for sure. You've been watching your husband play Last of Us 2. I love watching people play games like that, for sure. I do want to watch somebody play through Last of Us at some point. You're playing Final Fantasy XIV right now, and for almost 7 years? Hell yeah. My friend Adam is a big Final Fantasy XIV enjoyer, for sure. You're one good brainstorm away from replaying Life is Strange. Yes. Well, when's the Did the new one come out? Or is it not out yet? For real though, the rainy season needs to hurry up and get here. Like, where is the rain? I'm over this dry, hot weather. Like, the heat has been a little bit better lately, at least, but like, give me rain. Is this not the Pacific Northwest? Like, come on. The one with Max, it came out already? Oh, you didn't want to play because of the Chloe thing. Right. Yeah. I couldn't remember where you landed on that one, but no, that makes total sense. Yeah, they did her dirty. I know. How are you gonna have it be... Like, how are you gonna not have them together? It just doesn't make sense to me, you know? Pacific Northwest in September is warmer than July. Ugh. It's disgusting. You started getting rain, but you bike, so you'd prefer to be dry. That's fair. Like, I came here so that it would rain on me, but I appreciate that not everybody actually signed up for that, right? Watching someone play games is a great system. He plays while you crochet. No, that's absolutely it. That is the hack. You're in England, so it flips between really windy and second summer multiple times a day. Yeah, a couple of our friends are in England, and the weather has not been amazing, it sounds like. It's been a bit since you've logged into Palia, partly because people were getting a little spicy with the flow groves. That's fair. Yeah, the flow groves are honestly one of my least favorite things in Palia. Just cause like, I find them kind of tedious, and yeah, I don't really like that you have to like do the whole like gathering up and cutting them down together thing. I don't know. It's not my favorite system. But I like how they fixed things with the mining nodes. It would be nice if they would do something like that with the flow growth, like they have with the mining nodes now. I feel like the Elderwood, though, like, has been such an amazing addition, and I feel like people are more spread out with the Elderwood. In Florida, you're in Florida, so it's miserable, basically. Yeah, I'm from Georgia, and I do not miss the weather down there at all. Let's not cry too hard, because our salty will kill the plants. Okay, yeah, what have you been hearing about the forecasts for this winter, Nisa? I've heard mixed things. You're born and raised in the PNW and you say that you're waterlogged. Yeah, I miss the snow too. Yeah. More weather in general. Give me more rain, give me more snow, bring back having weather. I'm sick of this like arid creep that's been happening in the US, where the hot and dry weather just keeps getting farther and farther north every year. And then meanwhile, in the south, they're having these crazy floods. It's cooling off in Texas. That's nice. I mean, it is, to be fair, it is cooling off here compared to last month. August was hell. August was so hot. We had multiple days where it was at 100 degrees here, which I know is, like, you're in Texas, you're like, so what? But that's just not what the weather here is normally like. Okay, it's difficult. Nisa says it's difficult to summarize for the chat, but you'll do your best and dig up the YouTube video. Yeah, the YouTube video would be great. But I mean, also, you know, your summary is also appreciated. What color is that? Well, I can't use 24 for both of them. Let's see. I'm trying to decide what color I want to use for Pam's trailer, because it's kind of... These shades are so close together right here that it was difficult to get two distinct ones for my floss color. So both of them would make sense as this 24 color, because this is kind of like right in between these two shades. But if I use 24 for both of them, then there's no distinction between the two of them. So maybe this is technically my lighter color, but I think it's too pink. So I think I'm gonna go with this purple, because it gives more, it feels more like a shadow of this color. Yeah, even with trying to be like faithful to all of the different colors, this does still happen sometimes. I do still sort of like organically have to eliminate colors. Hi Daisy, welcome in. Thank you so much. So great to have you here. Okay, oh, I missed Yezi leaving. Thanks for hanging out, Yazzie. Lashes recommends the Cliff Mass blog for weather forecasting. Okay, that's good to know. It's so weird to see everyone talking about daytime things when it's 10:30 at night for you. I know, the time difference is crazy. It's 2:30 in the afternoon here. Okay, there's a weak La Nina system this year, and the polar vortex is looking kind of loose, so the chances of Arctic air coming down is high. And then there not being a strong southern weather system to help push it back up, so we might see another year like we did with the blizzard in Texas. Okay. And Nisa's gonna go do a work thing real quick, and then we'll find the video. Likely a lot of atmospheric rivers and likely a lot of ice. It's 11:30 for Goldie, so you should be sleeping. Well, but then you can't hang out. I mean, it's Friday night, right? That's gotta count for something. So my question, Nisa, because I don't know if you can really listen or respond right now, but the thing about when the polar vortex pushes that cold air farther south is that I feel like that usually results in those of us who are farther north missing that cold weather because it's getting pushed so far south that, oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the ads to stop. And then I'll ask my question. Nobody can answer my question if you can't hear me. Your ads immediately disappeared? That's funny. I turned them way down, so you're probably just not having as much. I think that you should only be having like 15 seconds or something of ads at a time or something, because I turned them way down, so that may be why. But welcome back, everyone. Okay, I will resume my question. So, I feel like when the polar vortex is really far south like that, or when La Nina is pushing the polar vortex far south like that, what often happens is that the southern states will get the cold weather, and then the northern states like miss out on the cold weather completely because it just dips down underneath us, like it misses us. So do you feel like that is what is projected to happen this year, or is it actually supposed to hit us this year? You got no ads? Excellent. So, oh wait. Interesting. Do you have an ad blocker? I have an ad blocker. I hate ads. I wonder, it's like so random. I'm like, why do some people get certain ads, and I don't know. I don't know how they do the ad thing. Last time this happened in Mass, we were sitting on like one good snowstorm while the South is buried. Exactly. No, there isn't much chance of a La Nina this year at all, barely enough to qualify. So, wait, so there's a... Interesting. So, like... because the weather system is not as strong, it's looking like we're all gonna get the cold weather. It may just be easier for me to watch the video, which is totally fair, but... meteorology is just so interesting. Hi there, welcome. Trilonite. I hope I'm saying that right. It makes me think of a fossil. I saw your most recent Stardew Crochet video on Insta and realized you'd actually be able to make this stream, so you're working on your knitting project. Well, welcome in. I'm so glad that you were able to join us. I think it might depend on viewer location because different regions have different ads. There might not be as many available in certain regions. Interesting. You got a silent ad that appeared at the top of the chat. Interesting. Trilonite, yes, your name is based on the trilobite fossil. That's awesome. So my understanding is the polar vortex is spinning really high in the atmosphere like a top. And when it's spinning quickly, the air stays tighter, trapped up where it belongs, but when it slows down, it starts to get looser and fall, and then Arctic air spills out into regions where it doesn't usually reach. When La Nina or El Nino are strong, they help buffer and keep the cold air in the global northern hemisphere. Okay, so more of like, instead of like a concentrated current, like a, just sort of like a spread, like a creep south. So generally colder weather for our hemisphere is kind of what that means. Meteorology is fascinating, especially in places like Washington or Oregon, where there are all these different mountains. Yes. This is where the video will come in handy for visuals. Absolutely. I look forward to watching it. Yeah. No rush to find it, for sure. The weather in Washington, truly fascinating. Truly fascinating. The interaction of the mountains on the landscape is just so unique. And the fact that there are all of these different regions around Washington with such different weather, like, you know, the fact that you can go from temperate weather towards the coast to like an hour farther inland, and then you're getting the snow and stuff. And then meanwhile, up in the northeast, you got the desert area. Like, so interesting. We get to blame everything on the magic of the convection zone when the weather forecast is wrong. Yeah, it sure is unpredictable. You visited Seattle in January a few years ago and was surprised by how mild it was. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, the weather is so temperate by the coast. The Puget Sound is the whole state, but its unique geography makes the rest of the state... Puget Sound isn't the whole state. But it does interact. The geography does interact with everything. I'm from the Seattle area, but you're not living there at the moment. You miss the weather so much. For sure. It's nice to see somebody from Seattle actually talk about the rain positively. Not everyone does that, but like, it's so funny because I noticed this when we moved to Massachusetts too. Like, when you are moving to a region because you're actually looking forward to that weather, I feel like you get all of the people who are like, no, the weather here is the worst. And it's like, I am literally obsessed with your weather, so I'm so sorry that you're miserable, but I love it here. I mean, that said, I feel like I'm missing the rain that I came here for right now. Yeah, the eastern side of the state's totally different world, for sure. You need to visit again because it's so beautiful. You love misty weather. Did you go to the Hoh rainforest while you were here, Trilonite? Because I feel like that's something that you need to visit for sure. Yeah, the Hoh rainforest on the Olympic Peninsula. Oh god, it's gorgeous. Really worth a visit. When you move somewhere that doesn't get it as much, you definitely start to miss it more. Yeah, I feel like people in Massachusetts were always like, oh, I don't like the cold weather, I want the hot weather, I want to move to Florida, all of this stuff, and me just internally like, you have no idea what you're getting yourself into talking about moving to Florida. Like, sure, it's hot, but it's also so humid. You were visiting your ex who lives up near Everett, so you mostly hung out with him. But you got to see the coast. The coast is beautiful. Seeing the Pacific Ocean for the first time was just so exciting for me. You need to visit the Olympic Peninsula. You never really visited even though it was right there. It is well worth it. Like, it is an even more extreme example of how varied the different climates are in Washington, because even an hour away, the weather is different than it is in the Hoh Rainforest. Like, it is its own thing. It's so interesting to hear about changing weather in other countries. I live in eternal humid summer, and the only options are meltingly hot or rain. Yeah, I mean, with the US too, you know, over here, it's so different from region to region. Like, you know, like I said, I grew up in Georgia, which is a lot more like the weather that you're describing, where it's just hot all the time and humid. And then, you know, I've lived in all of these different places now where it's just a completely different experience weather-wise. So, you know, we're a large enough area that it's like there is definitely not a cohesive kind of weather in the States. Like, it's different depending on where you go. On the reservation out near the bay, there's a trail that will take you to the northernmost tip of the continental United States. I've seen that on TikTok. I really would like to go there. Your partner's from the peninsula, and it's really pretty. It's also windy. Yes. Oh my god. Out by the coast, it cuts right through you. Oh my god. The forests out there are stunning, truly. I see Americans be in English summer, and it's so cathartic because they always say we complain too much because it's not that hot, but it's so humid, everything is wet and sweaty, and it clings to everything. I think the humidity does make a big difference, but again, I'm from Georgia, where it's notoriously hot and humid, so I think if you're coming from weather like that, it is fair to say that England is usually not as extreme, although this summer it definitely was pushing it, I feel like. I heard that there were some pretty hot days this summer. Yeah, seeing this Pacific was such an experience after growing up on the Atlantic. I agree. They have totally different vibes. And even for me too, like, I grew up on the Atlantic coast, but I feel like for a long time, my experience with the ocean was specifically the Gulf of Mexico, which is, again, very different from the Atlantic coast. Like, the water is so different. So, to me, the Pacific Ocean was even more, like, jarringly different because of, in my head, what I'm truly comparing it to is not even the Atlantic, it's the Gulf. People get bamboozled, think they're gonna go have stereotypical beach activities, and yeah, it's not like that at all. But I still think hanging out on the beach is very cool. Like, it makes me want to, like, bundle up and get a blanket and, like, a beach chair and just sit out there and read a book. Like, that seems perfect to me. One of my favorite places is a beach in the mountains because once upon a time, it was a beach and not a mountain. Yeah. Isn't that so cool? Like, I saw somebody talking about how there's this place on the coast where you can find... What is it called? What is it called? It's a rock. It's one of the green ones. I want to say it starts with an S. I don't remember right now. But it's typically found farther down in the Earth's crust, like closer to where the tectonic plates are. And so it's cool to see it like right on the water line there because it's an indication of like the Earth getting pushed up over time. The southeast humidity is awful. I moved like 50 miles inland and it's already noticeable how much drier it is. Yes, where my mom is currently living is pretty close to Savannah and she's basically in a swamp. This stream is the ultimate form of body doubling. I'm so happy to hear that, Zephyr. I hope that you're locking in and getting some things accomplished. It's beautiful though. We love going out to build a bonfire and stargaze. There's less light pollution on the peninsula, so you can see the Milky Way on a clear night. See you later, Maximum Ride. Thanks for hanging out. Yes. That sounds magical. I really want to do that at some point. I remember when I was younger, we used to go on summer vacations to Virginia every year. Because my dad's side of the family, when they were kids, he and his siblings, they grew up in Virginia. So it was like kind of a pilgrimage every year for the 4th of July season. We would go to the areas where his side of the family was from. And, you know, we would have, we would make it a point to drive out farther from the city lights while we were there. And kind of, you know, onto the country roads and turn off all the lights from the vehicles and sit out on the hood. And the stars that you can see out there, absolutely incredible. That was my first time seeing the Milky Way. So I can only imagine how beautiful that would be out by the Pacific Ocean and like the sound of the waves and everything. That sounds utterly magical. When you visit the coast, please don't ignore the signs about riptides and also follow the signs for tsunami evacuation. Yeah. What is it? The king tides? I don't know if you've seen video of what those look like, but those waves are powerful. And when that tide comes in, it comes in fast and farther than you would think. The way that the tide swallows up beaches out here is really wild to me. Because I feel like so many of the beaches out here are like, it's like a flat area of beach and then like a rocky cliff. So you really don't want to get caught out at high tide. Every year, at least one tourist would lose their car to the tide. Oh my god, not your whole car. I mean, better your car than your life, I guess. But I know people will do that too, like, don't jump in holes in the rocks into the water. Don't do that. Not next to the ocean. If you want to do that, like, in a sinkhole or like a calm waters of a river, that's one thing, but if you don't know exactly what you're doing, do not do that by the ocean. That is, you're gonna put yourself in serious danger if you do that. Also, the near instantaneous liquefaction of the sand in an earthquake is a permanent fear of mine. Oh. I hadn't thought about that. Obviously, earthquakes are common out here, but I feel like I haven't properly felt one since I've been here. But yeah, I would imagine on the beach it's more dramatic. They drive onto the beach and park and then get out to walk, and by the time they get back, yeah. I mean, I don't know why you would really honestly want to drive your car on the sand anyway. It seems like it's not good for your car. What do I know about cars? Nothing. But it just feels like it's not good for your car. Sorry for the new fear. Don't worry about it. It's not really going to bother me that much. I'm not at the ocean nearly enough to honestly be concerned about that. I am like way too laissez-faire about earthquakes. Like they just, the concept of them doesn't bother me, but maybe I just haven't been in like an aggressive enough one yet. Imagine reporting that to Geico, like, yeah, the ocean ate my car. That must be an insurance nightmare. I'm sure they have all kind of loopholes in there to get out of paying you for that. Park above the driftwood and check the tide schedule. Yes. The adult version of dog ate my homework. The part that becomes the road is also the part that is underwater during high tide. Mm-hmm. Yeah, people probably assume that because it's paved, it's safe. Recently watched a video about the rain factory in Japan, which was very lightning and also terrifying. Rain factory. Oh, I don't know what that is. It's so surreal hearing about earthquakes and stuff when you live in Sweden. I'm in the right place to have a cavalier attitude about earthquakes. Really, I feel like people out here are so dramatic about them. I'm like, oh, what am I missing? What is wrong? Okay, something is wrong. Aha! It's not paved, it's just beach. Oh, okay, so because like the road goes out there. Would you like me to post a link somewhere in Discord? Absolutely. Not remembering what channels are in my own Discord, but I feel like there's a media chat channel or something that it would probably make sense in. You can just put it wherever you want to. It's not that serious. I'm not gonna get mad at you if you post it in general or whatever. The Discord is not busy enough to be worried about that kind of thing, so. Your whole life you've been hearing about the big one. Your mom was a kid when St. Helens erupted, though. I mean, that's fair. I can understand being paranoid about that if you literally witnessed the St. Helens eruption. Like, what a disaster to live through. Fascinating story, though. Oh my goodness. Your dad was talking about tornadoes the other day, and you maybe get some of the wind off one, but definitely not the full thing. Yeah, see, I grew up in Tornado Alley, so... Tornadoes feel like a bigger deal to me. I'm not as freaked out about them as Jess is. Like, I still look forward to a good thunderstorm, despite, you know, tornado trauma. But, I mean, tornadoes are freaky, and the way that they are in Georgia, they come on so fast, you know? I will post another link to the Discord for you. I think I should still have it. There's the Discord link, Trillinite. I keep wanting to say Trillionite. Yeah, you're not freaked out about earthquakes because you don't get a lot of them shy, but tornadoes are scary. Yeah, I think that's fair. I was a kid with the Snoqualmie earthquake, and it bestowed me with a newfound respect for them. All the stuff about the Cascadian subduction plate, aka the big one, is always a hot topic for national news to blow up for no reason. I actually almost got caught up in a tornado in Central Texas when I was in college. Yeah, I've been through a tornado. I mean, I've had many events where I was, you know, under the house because just in case a tornado hit, but I've had I think the closest I've been to like being impacted directly by a tornado, we were at my mother-in-law's house, and we could see the foot of one forming out in the pasture. And we could tell that it was headed our way. So Jess and I, you know, we went and got a mattress and we hid in the bathroom. But Jess's mom, rest in peace, was outside. This did not kill her or anything. She lived for a long time after this. But she was outside and we could hear her yelling about the roof of the chicken coop coming off. And we're like, well, then why are you out there? And when we were in the bathroom, we felt it pass overhead. We felt the roof try to lift off the house. So that was the closest I've ever gotten to like being directly in a tornado. And it's pretty freaky. And they also, the ones that we get in Georgia are not like the ones that you see in the Midwest where they're really, really huge and slow moving. The ones in Georgia come down really quickly. They rotate super, super fast, and they can be invisible sometimes because they pop up in the middle of rainstorms. We're just giving everybody new fears in here today. Every single time my mom was determined that if she just looked at it hard enough, it wouldn't hit us. I mean, maybe she was onto something, because it did pass over. Like it was a funnel when it passed over the house, and it didn't touch down until it got across the street into the next neighborhood. So, I don't know. And your house got a lot of tornado activity too, so... Which, yeah, she just had that, she had that magic in her, you know? I would believe it. I guess I would freak out at tornadoes as well. Here in Germany, World War II bombs are regularly found during construction work and have to be defused. It's normal here, but I think it would scare other people too. Yeah, that's freaky. That's pretty freaky. I guess if you've had enough examples of like something like that happening and being okay and like survivable, it makes sense that you wouldn't like catastrophize it. But tornadoes, I feel like, I mean, obviously some people are still very like, you know, blasé about tornadoes, like don't even show them the appropriate amount of respect. But I think when you have had something modeled as being survivable versus having something directly modeled as being like very, very dangerous, then that obviously impacts your perception of it. So like, I know of so many tornadoes that have impacted people hugely, you know, resulted in people dying. I've seen firsthand property damage from them, things like that. So it's like, I have directly experienced what that devastation looks like. And if you've never seen that, it makes sense that you just don't understand what that means. Like earthquakes, for example, you know, in theory, I know that they're very dangerous and very devastating, but I've only been in earthquakes where I was like, wait, was that an earthquake? Did that really just My desk was shaking a little bit. Is that what that's like? So it's like, I don't even know if I have a clear idea of what an earthquake feels like, right? So it's hard for me to actually have a healthy fear of it. It's become part of everyday life because it happens so often. Evacuations and public transport diversions are handled so routinely that most people are rarely concerned but rather annoyed. Yeah, I mean, if you know that, like, the bomb squad knows how to take care of it, I would get why you would be just vaguely annoyed by it. But if, like, they were regularly getting found and, like, causing explosions, that might be a different story. I'd take a chance of earthquake versus a whole season of tornadoes annually. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. I remember being on the phone with a friend who lived in Oklahoma, and I heard the sirens in the background, and I was freaking out more than they were. They were like, yeah, but the power and the internet are still on, so, I mean, that's fair. And also, what are you gonna do in a tornado? Like, all you can do is shelter in place, so I can see why you would want to, like, save your energy. And Oklahoma, too, like, you can see them coming. You know where it is. They're so big. One time when me and my siblings were younger, it was a summer storm, and we went in the outdoor swimming pool we set up, and your mom recorded it while it was chucking down rain, and you could hear the thunder. Surprised you didn't get electrocuted, but there was definitely lightning. The things that we do when we're kids. I love a good thunderstorm, though. Like, I wish that I know that Jess does not share this opinion, but I wish that there were more, like, proper big thunderstorms out here. I feel like the rain tends to be pretty tame here. Like, it's more drizzly than anything. But in Georgia, growing up, it was like, you'd get these huge, super loud thunderstorms that would just, like, piss down buckets of rain and, like, flash flood things. And they'd go on for, like, 3 days. And then the rest of the time, like, you're in a drought. And they had that really good thunderstorm smell, too. You used to run around in heavy rain, and you remember once the lightning hit so close the air turned blue, and you went back inside. You live and you learn. The little game window has a cat that purrs. Yes, so this is Spirit City. I'll show y'all. So this is a little productivity companion game. And there are different spirit companions. And that is actually not where the purring is coming from. It's a sound that you can turn on in the ambient sound panel down here. So I can adjust the amount of purring that we're getting and a bunch of different other ambient sounds as well. And then, so that way, you have the option to change out your spirit companion if you want to, because there is a whole spirit dex of different options here. I just have Lenny because he reminds me of my little black cat. And you don't have to sacrifice the purring if you decide to do that. So it's a pretty adorable game. Yes, it is a game. Very cute. It's available on Steam. Steam keeps recommending it, and now that I've shown it, you might be swayed. Yeah, put it in your wish list. Wait till it goes on sale. It goes on sale pretty frequently, so you could get it for like $5. I think it's worth it. It's got a Pomodoro timer and stuff in it, so you can dress things up, decorate your room. I mean, I like that kind of stuff. Hello, hello, Bigfoot's boyfriend. Oh, sorry, BFF. I mean, I wouldn't judge you if you were Bigfoot's boyfriend, but I missed an F. Welcome in. Could be both. That's true. I think that people should be best friends with their boyfriends. I think that there's a lot of problems come from people not being actual friends with their boyfriends. Thank you for the tip on the sale. You're welcome. Yes, I procrastinated buying it for a really long time. And then by the time I was like, yes, I'm ready. I want to have this for streaming. I had missed my opportunity to buy it on sale, so that was pretty silly of me. But I'm waiting to see if the DLC goes on sale before I buy that. So, but yes, I get notifications for it going on sale like all the time. So it's not like you're gonna have to wait forever to do that if you want to wait for the sale. Like, it happens pretty regularly. It's cute though, and I like that they keep coming out with DLC for it. Keeps it fresh. It's only $12 full price, which isn't bad. Yeah, it's definitely not bad. Like, if you add the price of all the DLC in there, it does start to get a little pricey. I think if you get all of the, like, the game plus all of the DLC, it's like 35 bucks or something like that, which is a little bit much in my opinion for what it is. You know, not knocking them for charging what they're worth at all. Like, it's very cute, but it's definitely one of those things where it's like, I'll wait for a sale on this. More money saved means more money for yarn. Absolutely. But no, I agree. The base game itself, I don't think that's a lot to pay for it. And like, to be fair, the reason that the bundle to get all of them costs that much is because there's multiple DLC at this point, so. Compared to The Sims 4, everything is cheap. I mean, very true. Part of that is because The Sims 4 should not cost as much as it does, but, you know. That's just my opinion. Me when the Sims team release a broken game and then put out another game pack instead of fixing it. You're knitting with your stash yarn right now and you're very proud? Hell yeah. It's great when you can find a project that's like perfect for what you have. It was very hard. I will be getting more yarn for the Gnome MCal next month. Okay, I know knit along. What is the M part of the MCal? Mystery knit along. I was like, I know this. Tell us more. Feel free to post that in the Discord. I would like to see a gnome. Yeah, the way that I want to buy more of the swish wool from Knit Picks so bad. Like, I at least have plenty of cotton to hold me over, so I don't need to resort to that just yet, but it's very tempting. Something is wrong. Okay, I think I just skipped a stitch. Ugh. The one thing about crocheting with floss is that it does have a tendency to split on you, which is a little annoying. Hello, I've been following your Stardew Crochet on Instagram and just realized you were on Twitch. This project is incredible. Thank you so much, Lazy Daisy. Welcome to the stream. Andrew, yes, we have music and rain today. The audio is working. The designer is Imagine Landscape. She has a bunch of cute gnome patterns and a couple MCALs a year, and you've knit a few of them now, and I know I really like the patterns. That's awesome. I should do a crochet along one of these days. That sounds fun. Or maybe a knit along. Maybe I can polish up my knitting skills enough to actually do a knit along at some point. That would be fun. I swear the yarn stores have siren songs if you stare at your stash long enough. You just gotta pretend that your stash is a yarn store, you know? Like, go shopping in your stash. You know, I like to say display your yarn where you can see all of it, so like you know what you have and that you can use it, but maybe you should hide your yarn and then pull it out when you get a craving and pretend like you're shopping and you won't remember what you have. And it'll be a surprise. Is that a kitty purr I'm hearing? Yes, so that is coming from Spirit City. This is a game that you can get on Steam, and it has built-in lo-fi music as well as ambient sounds that you can toggle on or off down here in this panel. So one of them is purring, which is very fun to have in the background. Yeah, if you stash enough yarn, you start forgetting what's in there and you have a fun little surprise. It's true. That's like the yarn that I'm knitting with right now. So this yarn I got forever ago. I got a mystery box from Lion Brand a couple years back, which was a pretty good deal. I got it because I was new to crochet, and so I wanted to like just try out some different kinds of yarn. Like I felt like I didn't really know where to start with buying yarn, and so this was one of the things that they sent. They sent 3 of them, so I have plenty of it. I think this is 100 grams. And so I can't believe how much I'm getting out of just one skein of this, but I'm going to make a skirt. I don't know how long I'm going to make it yet because I was just kind of waiting to see how much I was going to get out of one skein of yarn, and it has already exceeded my expectations. I think I can make it as long as I want to, truly, because I have 3 of them. So it does have some sparkles in it. But I think, like, it's not itchy scratchy at all, like some of the other sparkly yarn I've worked with. So, this was really fun to pick up and not feel like super emotionally attached to and dedicate to a knitting project. And it was definitely one of those moments where I was like really happy to shop my stash. Yeah, super nice one. That folded hem is so crisp. Well, thank you. I found a really simple tutorial on YouTube about how to do like a knitted bottoms, like a knit skirt or pants. That was really helpful, and it was honestly really easy to do. And there's also a piece of elastic in there, so that's holding it up too. You have yours out so that you know your inventory so that you don't buy yarn. Yes, I like that approach personally. So I can like kind of sort through periodically and remember that I do have stuff. Being drawn to multicolor yarn is like a magpie is a curse. The variegated yarn is so nice, though. It's so pretty. You love the skirt? Thank you, Lashes. You finished your schoolwork for the day, and this was so nice to have in the background while you work. I'm so happy to hear that, Honey Tree. Congratulations on finishing your homework. Oh my gosh. I like to use elastic thread in my projects to keep it tight. Hell yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, this one, the pattern that I followed, it taught you how to add an elastic waistband, which I really like. I think that elastic waistbands are super comfy, and especially like a thick elastic. I feel like they don't wear out as fast when it's like a really thick piece of elastic. You've been meaning to try the elastic thing. You were going to do some shorts a while ago and forgot. Hell yeah. I really want to make some knit shorts too. Or crochet shorts. Or sewn shorts. I could just really use some new shorts. You love it so much, but you're not in a place in your life to color pool like a fiend yet. I am content to just let the yarn fall where it may, you know? I like that it's baked in variety and I don't have to do anything special. I've seen people use that thin elastic for sock cuffs. I'm gonna try that because yours always loosen over time. That makes a lot of sense to me, yeah, for sock cuffs. Or using your colorful yarn as a pop of color rather than a full project. That's nice too. Oh, Andrew, thank you for redeeming the bay window. Do you have any, let me move my cup. Do you have any preference in terms of time of day or activity over at the bay window? So we have a lot of choices over here. Typing, reading, meditating, looking out the window, knitting, stretching, or cleaning. And then we can have morning, evening, afternoon, or nighttime. Meditating? Okay. Something that I never actually do. And nighttime, you got it. That's super cozy. There's your little close-up. Lenny's gonna fall asleep. Thank you for enabling my unhealthy love of variegated. I'm a simple crocheter. I see rainbow I want. I am with you on that one. Yeah, especially if you have rainbow variegated yarn. That looks so cozy, doesn't it? I like that you're sitting on the floor. I like the different perspective that it gives you when you're doing the meditating. I feel like you can really appreciate the rain out the window. I almost forgot that you're sitting here talking and reading chat and doing this complicated project. I'm impressed. Thank you so much. It's a lot of things to be doing at once, and I'm pretty impressed with myself too. I'm not gonna lie. So thank you. Anyone else have loud brain for meditating? I swear meditation makes my internal monologue go on overdrive. Yeah, it just doesn't really click for me. My mom does it. That's not even the color that I need. Well, poop. My mom is like, oh, here it is. My mom is like an instructor and teaches meditation, and like will travel around to different meditation centers sometimes. And my sister has started meditating too, but it's not really my bag. My brain does not really click with it. I get anxious. How did you color match the yarn so well to the map? I will show you my handy dandy tool that I use to help me. So this is my book of floss samples. This has, if not all, then at least most of the colors of floss that DMC makes. And it's, to me, a better way to match because this is actually thread. It's not just swatches. So you can actually see how the actual thread is going to interact with light. And I think that that is really important when you are color matching, because if you are just looking at the hex codes on the computer, you don't see that actual interaction. So you're not getting as true of an idea of like the saturation of the color, whether or not it's gonna look lighter or darker when it interacts with the light. Because this yarn has, this floss has a sheen to it, right? So that does, it impacts the actual look of it. Yeah, doing it digitally, it really is not the same. So, and yes, doing it in the store definitely does affect things with that lighting. So you can see how many different things there are. So, what I will do is I go through and pick colors out of the map with the color picker, and then I copy the hex code into, I don't know the website, it's not hard to find something that does this. There are different websites where you can like put in a hex code or whatever, and it'll give you like a big window with just that color in it, basically. And so I pull that up so that I don't have anything influencing my perspective on what color it is, because colors are going to be influenced by the colors that are next to them. So I do sometimes take that into account. It's a little harder with a project like this when there are so many colors, but like, for example, if I know that a color is intended to be, you know, light green versus the medium green versus the dark green, I'm going to take that into account when I'm picking out the color and not just look at like whether this shade has enough blue in it. I'm also going to make sure that like the shade that I pick out is lighter than whatever I pick out for the medium shade. So those are important factors to take into account as well. And then I always make sure that when I'm doing this, I do it during the day and I turn off my overhead light so that I only have the natural light, because my overhead light adds a lot of yellow to the colors and really distorts them. So that was what gave me the most success in picking out my colors. Let me catch up for a second here. Yeah, the DMC book is definitely wonderful. But yeah, and there is a website But yeah, I don't think it's the same. I don't think it's as successful. It's very handy. Scared to ask, but how much did all the thread cost? I was going to make sturdy squares, but realized how many colors I'd have to buy. Yeah, thread is very cheap. It does add up, but I order from 123stitch.com, and they have, each thing of floss is 66 cents, I think. 66 or 69, something like that. I want to say it's 66 because I think I would remember if it was 69. But, so they're pretty inexpensive. Yes, their shipping is flat rate. It is $3 and something cents. So it is very reasonable. Wonderful resource. My local yarn store has a lot of floss options, actually, but they're 89 cents a piece. So, but obviously I do have to buy a lot of them. So far I have purchased, oh wait, I need to add to this. Hang on, that should be 23, and then I have 11.5. Okay. I have purchased 359 things of floss for this project so far. That's not how many I have used. So, like, a lot of that is just in this bag because I know I will get to it, right? But 359 multiplied by, you know, how much each one costs, and I don't even think I included taxes or anything in this. So far I've spent around $240 on floss. So, it adds up. But again, that is not how much I've used, that is how much I have purchased. And also, thanks to TikTok's Creator Rewards program, I have paid myself back for that. Your local stitch shop has cheap floss, but it's such a long drive that you mostly try to make do with Michael's. Yeah, it's definitely a bummer when you have to travel really far for that, especially because then it's like if you forget something, like, God, it's a pain. You kit out new projects with 123 Stitch and then top off what you need from the big box. Yeah, every once in a while I do need to go and just pick up something from my local store because it's like, you know, things happen, I forget stuff, whatever. But having the majority of it supplied by 123 Stitch is very helpful. Need opinions. Do I do a cream, light brown, dark brown top pattern, or staggered like zigzag? So like an ombre versus like ombre versus like a zigzag pattern. This is why I need to learn how to do social media for the yarn budget. Yeah, it's tricky to get started. I had my TikTok for a while before it took off, but this project definitely did it for me. Gradient or staggered? I would say ombre could be really nice. Zigzag does sound very autumnal though, I agree. I would say it depends on how close together your shades are. Like, if they're really distinct from one another, then the ombre might not work as well, and it might just end up looking like 3 stripes. So the zigzag might be better in that case, but if they're like kind of close together, I think the ombre might work nicely. You're jealous I paid myself back. Yeah, that's the thing about it, is that like when it's content money for your hobby, that's kind of like the ideal, right? Because it's like you're kind of just doing your hobby and then putting in a little bit of extra time on the side and getting a payout from it. But that, in my opinion, is a little bit difficult to make happen. Like, I think the people who have that figured out are honestly on another level, because, like, you know, I put a lot more work into social media than I think it looks like I do. I think that's probably true for most people. And so, and I really should do more. I could get a lot more out of it if I put more into it, but, you know, who has the time, right? But, yeah, it can be a little bit of a grind getting getting money back out of it. And so I think a lot of times what people experience is that they sort of are, the time that they're putting into it for the money that they're getting out of it is not necessarily, like, worth it. So for me, I think my thing is, when you are going for those payments, it should either be because you are, like, really invested in supporting yourself that way, or because you genuinely like making content like that, you know? But if you can hit that sweet spot where you're getting that hobby content money, more power to you, because I think that, like, people who have that figured out, they really know what they're doing. Like, I would not say that is my reality. 100% there's a lot of hard work to get into that point. You're glad I'm at the point where you get paid? Thank you. I just wish sites made it easier for content creators to get to the point of earning and giving them a bigger payout. 100%. I think that more people should, you know? I would love that if more people could get rewarded for the work that they're making, because I think that there are a lot of people who do make really good and consistent work on these apps and really don't get as much as they should out of it, because the algorithm, you know, it's very manipulative. So a lot of really earnest artistic projects get drowned by it. So definitely some SEO research will go a long way. But yeah, I mean, all that stuff is intentional. Like, obviously now that TikTok has as big of a user base as it doesn't have to do as much rewarding, because, like, the creator rewards program as it stands now is very particular about how long your content has to be and how much viewership you have to have and where people are viewing it from. So TikTok only gives me money if people see my TikToks on the For You page. If you go to my profile and watch my TikToks from there, that does not equate a payout. And I don't get payouts for every time you watch my video. It's only one time. So that is different from how it used to be. Their old program, I believe, had a different requirement for how long it had to be. It was encouraging shorter pieces of media, I believe. And I think that there was at one time, it counted how many times it was viewed. So you can, like, put something on your phone and leave it and walk away, and it would, like, rack up the view count. I believe. I did not have TikTok rewards at that time, so I'm not totally sure, but that's the impression that I get. So they are two different systems, and you can't have both. But obviously, you know, that's related to the fact that they don't need to give people as much incentive now because they have enough, right? Big respect for all the people who do social media. It seems like a lot of time and effort to share their passions and hobbies. Yeah, 100%. And like I said, there are people who do it way better than I do, and I am equally as impressed by them. How do you keep track of each row? Like, how do you know in each row what colors you need to switch to? So if you look at the top right corner there, this up here in the top right corner is what I have open in my browser. So I'm using the image of the map itself as a pattern, and it's open in a program called Piskel app. that is like a sprite editor. So I'm able to view things at the level of the individual pixel and use the image of the map itself as my guide for where I am. I'm a very visual person, so for me, this is a really effective way to do it. And then I periodically mark off the rows that I have finished with black over here to kind of make it just a little bit easier to find my place when I start up again. I've been wondering if I should start, but I don't think I would ever enjoy making content. I mean, I definitely think it's worth a try if you want to take a stab at it, because you never know. And, like, I think finding your own way to do stuff is really cool. Like, so no harm in trying it, for sure. But also, don't dump a time and energy into something that you're not going to enjoy on the off chance that it gives you money, because, in my opinion, it's not enough of a guarantee to do it if you're not enjoying it. You know, but if you like it, if you think it's interesting or fun, then like, yeah, go for it, 100%. I've been starting writing content, but I don't get a lot of interaction at all. It can be tricky to find what's gonna draw in attention, for sure. Like, my TikToks, about the map, and I say TikTok, but it's all platforms. I just focus on TikTok because a lot of the decisions that I'm making about how I'm putting my content together are dictated by TikTok, because TikTok is currently what is, you know, giving me money for it. But it took a long time. My TikTok is a few years old now, and gosh, was it the second? Was it the third week? I think it was week 3. When I posted week 3, I went from 75 followers on TikTok to 3,000 followers overnight. So it literally was just that I had to figure out the right thing to hook my audience. And I still don't get the same performance on my other, like if I post something that's not about the map, I do not get the same engagement. So it really is just about figuring out how you can hook your audience. And, you know, it's not about you not being a good enough creator or anything like that. It is all a marketing game with these apps, and you have to play the game a little bit, unfortunately, if you want that attention. So keep trying things. Consistency is huge. Apps love it when you give them regular upload schedules. So, you know, break things down into small pieces is my piece of advice to you. Smaller pieces are to your benefit, because then you can be releasing more updates with less effort, and you will likely see more reward for that, versus trying to dump something really big all at once. Unless you're on YouTube. YouTube is different. But YouTube, I mean, long form is, you know, the point over there. TikTok is about short form. I don't have TikTok, but I'm considering it to support the people I like and help them get revenue. I mean, I understand not liking TikTok. I understand why you wouldn't like TikTok. And so if you don't want to be on there, I think that's fair. Like, I think plenty of people are on multiple platforms. And it can be very difficult if you're not spending time on TikTok to, like, pointedly support people. Like, I told my mom, don't bother making a TikTok. It's not going to help me. Because I knew that she wasn't going to be spending time scrolling on TikTok. And because TikTok is giving payouts based off of, this is the wrong shade. TikTok is giving payouts based off of whether or not people see your videos from the For You page. So her making a TikTok just to go to my profile and look at it there was literally not going to do anything but up my view count, which is, you know, fine. I mean, if you want to see things on TikTok, that's okay. But in her case, I know she's not going to actually enjoy the experience of using the app. She's not interested in that. So I told her, go to YouTube, because if you view it on YouTube from my profile, it actually is to my benefit. You know, you can just pointedly get on YouTube only watch my short on YouTube and then get off again, and it will actually do something to benefit me. So if you don't think you're going to use TikTok like genuinely, it may not be worth it for you, but like, I don't know, if you're interested, it's worth a try. But like I said, I think a lot of creators are in multiple places, so there may be alternative ways for you to support the people that you're interested in that don't involve being on TikTok. Oh my god, I skipped a stitch. It's a trap because I had to delete it because the algorithm is too good and sucked me in for hours. Yeah, it'll get you. It'll get you. For sure. You'll talk to your husband more about it this weekend. You have a potential of pharmacy work, so you'll see how to balance work and content. I think that's a great idea. I mean, don't be afraid to try things, for sure. I think it's good to have a clear view of like what you're getting into, but also like, you know, you should allow yourself to quit stuff, you know, or allow yourself the potential of trying something and not liking it and not wanting to do it anymore. Like, that's okay. And like, maybe you love it. Like, you should give yourself the chance to find out if you love it or not. YouTube showed me in your early teen weeks, and that's how I started following you and telling your husband about my weekly updates. Yeah, that's awesome. YouTube has been pretty great to me, I think, so far. I'm excited to do more long form. I think streaming is fun, but making content for other platforms is hard. Not really getting any engagement, so keeping motivated isn't easy. I would still say go for it. You never know if it's for you unless you try. 100%. And like, streaming on Twitch was one of the earliest things that I did, and I didn't get a lot of engagement. And so I agree it was really hard for me to stay motivated over here, but now that I've built an audience in other places, I'm seeing a lot more interest in me streaming, you know, even to have people asking in like, you know, in my comments and stuff, if I would do live streams. That made me feel like, okay, I can come back over here and it won't just be me talking to myself for 2 hours, right? So I think that's another good thing to remember, is that sometimes if you are able to build up an audience in an alternative way, sometimes that audience will translate to other platforms, which apps hate. Be careful about not talking about that too much. Like, TikTok gets mad at you. TikTok nerfed my payout on the video where I actually said the word Twitch out loud. It did not like that, which is why I haven't said it out loud again. I've been using the Twitch logo in my shorts instead of saying the word Twitch out loud, because I'm trying to avoid that happening again. So you got to be careful about that. But as much as apps hate it, you can translate an audience between different platforms. It can get a little bit messy with like the algorithm and stuff, but whatever. I mean, in this case, I don't think it matters. Like, people coming from other platforms to Twitch, I think, is a safe way for that, like, stream of the audience to go. This is so insightful. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad I'm not just like rambling about something that is not interesting to y'all. This is, you know, just my observations in the time that I've been doing it. And I'm not even very well versed in this stuff. I'm still pretty much a novice. But, you know, these are kind of the things that like I've observed from my own experience. And, you know, there's a lot of really great creators out there at this point who have a lot of really good insight into how SEO works, you know, how to get started. Don't ever freaking give anybody money to teach you how to do TikTok. That's not a good idea. But there's plenty of free advice out there. You do like to try to confuse the algorithm to show me stuff that isn't all the typical influencer brain rot crap on YouTube Shorts. So you'll take a stab at it. My number one tip for that, if you are getting a bunch of shit that you don't want to see, start telling the app that you're not interested. Like, don't, because I don't know so much about YouTube Shorts, but TikTok, for example, I believe that if you get a view on a video, but somebody says that they are not interested, that view will not translate for monetization. So it won't count it as like a monetized view. So it makes a difference if you're telling these apps that you're not interested in stuff. And it's a really good, and block people too. Don't search for people to block them. That'll mess up your algorithm, because then your algorithm will take notice of the fact that you searched for people. So those block lists that go around that tell you to search for people and block them, don't do that, because then your algorithm is going to flood you with stuff about, you know, the Kardashians or whatever. Like, it's going to think that that's what you're looking for actively. If it comes up organically on your feed, then go to their profile and block them. But otherwise, the algorithm is going to keep funneling that stuff to you. Just make a point of not interacting with the things that you don't want to see, and it will help. Yeah, TikTok is, in particular, really bad about, like, punishing you for anything that encourages people clicking away from their platform. Do you think it's okay having Twitch written in videos on TikTok? I have my channel link at the end of my videos. I would not suggest that you ever put a link in a TikTok, even on the screen. It can mess you up for sure. TikTok does not like having links on the screen. I don't know to what extent it recognizes those things in terms of if it's only text. Like, I've definitely had videos where I put my YouTube URL on the screen and it didn't really mess it up. So I would recommend experimenting with it a little bit. But like I said the word Twitch out loud, and TikTok definitely took a notice. It didn't give me any bonus rewards on that video, like 0 bonus rewards, which I had one video, like I think it was 1 or 2 weeks before that, I had a video that made $100 on its own, and a big chunk of that was bonus rewards. And then that video that I put out where I said the word Twitch, $0 in bonus rewards. So it got pissed off at me. So I would just be really careful. That's why people like to do things like link in bio, because then, or the emoticon for a link in bio, because then there's no actual link attached to the video. And because TikTok doesn't care if people click on your profile. That's still inside of the app, so it's not as squirrely about that. And you can have links attached to your profile, so that helps. But I think it's sometimes is a little better to make suggestions about where you can find links. Like, that's why I made a specific post that had my streaming schedule in it. And then instead of directing people, go to this link to find my streaming schedule, I can now say, go to my profile and watch this other, like, go look at this other post on my profile. And then it doesn't matter if the post that has my actual information in it bombs, because I still have a way to tell people that that information is there, right? So I put that post up knowing it was going to get not zero views, but like tiny views. Like, I knew people were not going to see it organically, but that was kind of my workaround, if that makes sense. Yeah, scrolling away quickly is a good approach, but not interested is a better way to tell the algorithm that it's not just this particular video that you're not interested in, it's the topics that it's associating with the video that you're not interested in. Every time I get a clip of a show, I try to scroll past fast now, because if you watch it all the way through, suddenly your FYP is all revolved around the show. Yeah, 100%. Instagram is so bad about that. Your feed is all K-pop demon hunters. It gets into its own hyperfixations. Yeah, you can't reward the app for doing a good job with the targeted advertising, because it will keep doing a good job. And that's the thing about it sometimes too. It's like, you don't want that content, but the app knows that you like it. So it's getting you whether you want it to or not, right? Like, they pay attention. You just want your videos to get out more to more people so you can grow your community. 100%. I would say really pay attention to like what other people in your niche are doing, and try to take notes on that. You know, obviously trending audio and all of that stuff. There's a lot of advice on SEO out there, but you know, what worked for me, like I said, was a consistent upload schedule, having those weekly check-ins. It makes sense for my niche because, you know, the crochet community is not afraid of something that's going to progress slowly. But what's most important is that my viewership has grown beyond just the crochet community. So you want your niche, but you want your niche to be something that is going to bring in new people as well. The algorithm really likes that. So finding ways to make the super specific thing that you're doing appealing to more people is also very huge. I don't even mind K-pop Demon Hunters. I just want to see other stuff too sometimes. Yeah, that's the thing of it. Yeah. It like knows that you like it, so it's just oversaturating. I keep getting Aunt Gladys from Weapons, but I'm not mad about it. I watched the film to understand them. It's just great. Yeah, I see a lot of stuff about Weapons, but I haven't watched it yet. It's funny too, because it's like sometimes it's about what you're seeing is about what you're interacting with, but sometimes what you're seeing is related to who's paying to have you see it, right? I imagine a lot of views come in from Stardew Valley fans that don't do crochet. That is part of it, yes. And then a lot of people who are not familiar with either one, which is what's so fun. I've had a lot of people come in who are like, you know, I don't know what this is. I don't know anything about crochet, but, you know, I just think that it's like super interesting from an artistic standpoint, or like, I like video games, but I never tried this before. So I think what's been the coolest to me about this project is that it really has defied its niche beyond what I even anticipated that it would do, because yeah, again, it's not just the crochet people, and it's not just the Stardew Valley people. Like, it's gone even beyond that, where I have so many comments of people being like, I am playing Stardew Valley for the first time because of you. Thank you, Nightbot. I'm talking way too much. Oh my god. It's great, though. I'm not going to stop. I love that we're having this conversation. I watched one K-pop clip, and now 50% of my feed is K-pop stuff, and the dancers are cool, but you don't listen to K-pop at all, so it's a bit much. Yeah, you gotta stop hitting that not interested, or it's gonna keep doing it. Sometimes the algorithm is like a puppy, you know? Where you gotta discipline it a little bit when it starts acting up on you. It gets overexcited and then it just won't stop. Ugh. Enjoy that coffee for me, Trillinite. That sounds amazing. Actually, hey honey, will you heat up my drink for, oh, it's actually like empty. Will you make me another drink?
I will make you another drink. What did you have?
It's my chai.
That's your chai.
It's 50% chai concentrate, 50% milk. And then you just put it in the microwave.
Okay.
For like 2 minutes. Chai latte is my replacement for coffee right now, because like I love a chai latte anyway, but it's what is keeping me going truly with not being able to drink coffee. And it's not even because of the caffeine either. I just really like drinking hot drinks. Like, they're so cozy. I know Stardew is huge, but had no idea you were getting reach even beyond that. Yeah, it's been pretty wild. I have sleeping dog-itis. You cannot disturb the dog. Hearing all this stuff about TikTok makes me not want to touch it even more. I respect that 100%. It's like, I have an appreciation, a level of appreciation for TikTok, because there are certain things about it that I really do enjoy, and it brings me a lot of content that I really do want to see, and I appreciate its, through no intention of its own. I think that from a corporate standpoint, it's pretty... I mean, part of me is like wanting to say the word evil, but like I think that's, well, I think that is a honestly, I think that's an unserious enough word for it. So from a corporate standpoint, I think it's pretty evil. But from an actual user perspective, I think that it does a lot of things that it does not intend to do that I really appreciate it for. So its power to disseminate information from the individual, I think, is really significant. I think Twitter at one point in time was similarly powerful in that it enabled people from, you know, countries like Palestine, for example. At the time with Twitter, I believe, I was not on Twitter at the time, but my wife will know what I'm talking about when they come back. I believe it was somewhere in the Middle East that Twitter was really instrumental in getting word out about what was happening there. And so I think the way that it has enabled the Palestinian people to talk about what is happening in their country and, you know, in some cases get a little bit of money back through the Creator Rewards program, you know, it's disgusting that, like, that's what it comes to. But I think that I don't know, there's just something about that aspect of it that feels like it does contribute to making it worthwhile, you know? And then obviously I see a lot of really amazing art through TikTok that I wouldn't see otherwise. But I also agree that there are a lot of reasons to not want to interact with it. Like, it is definitely not the be-all end-all of social media, and it took me a really long time to warm up to the idea of being on it. It's midnight, but I'm still deciding this pattern, debating continued walled garden squares or variation. Walled garden is light brown and dark brown in the middle and cream at the edges, but I don't know what pattern. Did you post pictures in the Discord? I feel like I would have to see that. Gotta love chai, get the concentrate from Trader Joe's. I love the Tazo concentrate. I have loved the Tazo concentrate. Thank you so much. Thank you. Look at that. It looks like a star. I have loved the Tazo concentrate since it was what Starbucks was carrying, right? It's so good. It's Starbucks does not use it anymore, but it used to be what Starbucks used, and that was my favorite for a long time. Oh, Ocean Maiden, enjoy your walk. Absolutely. I hope that you can still hang out. I'm getting caught up here. I just stopped drinking coffee for a while last year and got into chai. I still get it now because my caffeine tolerance is not what it used to be. Honestly, a good thing. Yes, thank you to Eyes and Buns for hydrating me. It's greatly appreciated. My cat is here and watching my yard. Stay back, demon. Oh no. Yeah, I love social media just for being a way to directly interact with people around the world. I feel like that's something that wasn't possible until relatively recently. Absolutely. I mean, the number of people that are in here from Germany is, you know, other places too, like Sweden and stuff, but Germany in particular. I've had multiple people who are from Germany. It's just so cool to me, you know? It has its place. You've been loving the Yogi Chai concentrate? Hell yeah. I have to tell you, okay. I have to tell you my fun fact about the Yogi tea brand because I will explode if I don't say it. This is not any shade. Cults are my special interest, but the Yogi tea brand is owned by a cult. Anyway, have that rabbit hole to go down if you would like to. Concentrate makes life so easy. Agreed. My mom's dog is an old hound, so she mostly naps and wakes up to freak out at the neighbors. Hound dogs are so funny. You love learning about cults? Okay, congratulations. Yep, I don't think it would be very hard to find. I will see if I can figure out where I heard about it. I really enjoy listening to podcasts in particular about cult stuff. I've listened to a bunch of them, so like sometimes it's hard for me to remember which one I heard about which thing from. I'll see if I can remember where I heard the story behind the cult that founded Yogi, so I can recommend that. But fascinating stuff. Yogi Bhajan. It's Yogi Bhajan's cult. That's what it is. Hang on. We're going on an adventure. 1 second, y'all. Bhajan. Yes, Yogi Bhajan. Founder of 3HO. They taught Kundalini Yoga, and he's no longer alive, but when he was, he sexually assaulted a bunch of people in his cult. That's what it was. Yeah, Shiny Happy People, amazing. They have a second season now that is also very good. I recommend watching. So much personality. He's part retriever, part corgi, part Aussie. Oh my god. He's basically a renewable energy source. Yeah, sounds like it. You found your people regarding cults. It got me through a tough time in my life getting hyper fixated on cults. It was like my coping mechanism for a while. I just find the whole social aspect of it fascinating, and also like I think it's I try to also frame it as like a tool of understanding, because I think when you are, you know, cults are something that people regard as like something that's funny a lot of the time, or sort of will put people down, believing that, like, you know, you would have to be a fool to get tricked by someone like that, right? And I think, you know, making a point to listen to these stories from the perspective of survivors is so important for teaching us empathy, both for other people and for ourselves, and reminding ourselves how easy it is to get sucked into something like that. And so I do not like to absorb this information from a sensationalist standpoint, is what I'm trying to say. I really try to make sure that if I'm going to watch a documentary about something like that, that it is focused around the survivors' perspectives. But I think that there's a lot of empathy to be learned by engaging with those stories, and, you know, reminding ourselves about the power of community, both in a positive and a negative aspect, right? You fully believes you could be tricked into a cult, and that's what's so scary about it. Yeah, I mean, like, for me, there was a lot of catharsis in learning about it because I had just been through a really negative personal relationship situation and had to end a friendship with someone. And there's a saying that an abusive relationship is like a cult of one. Right? So researching cults was like a coping mechanism for me and really helped me contextualize what I had been through, and recognize, you know, that manipulation and like find a lot of clarity and solidarity in the way that survivors talked about healing from those situations. Heaven's Gate, The Cult of Cults, is your latest watch and you're loving it so far. Heaven's Gate is wild story. People who think they're too smart always get sucked in so easily because they think they're immune. Yeah, you gotta, like, you can't think that you're above it like that. It's so dangerous. As someone with a psychology degree, I'm so interested in cults and mass hysteria. It's so interesting to hear the stories of survivors. Mass hysteria is one of those things that is absolutely mind-boggling to me. It's like, I get why people believe in magic when stuff like that happens, because even understanding it from a psychology perspective, it's still so wild sometimes seeing like the way that people can be influenced. Like it just doesn't feel logical a lot of the time, even though it's so possible. Yeah, it's not about smarts or logic is the thing, it's emotional manipulation, and everyone is susceptible to that. And yeah, we have to remember at the end of the day that like we are still very much animals, and we still have a lot of like animal instinct within us that interacts with those manipulation techniques and things, you know? Anyone can be sucked into a cult, absolutely, yeah. Another YouTube channel that does good cult content is Not the Good Girl. Okay, hell yeah. We need to get a thread of cult recommendation, cult media recommendations going in the Discord, please. You got into that when you read The Crucible back in high school English. Yeah. It does seem like magic, but it's just people. I think, and like that's like, you know, science too. Like these things that we understand about the universe. Like I'm really into astrophysics from a totally novice standpoint. Like I'm an astrophysics dunce, but I found it fascinating because that's really the realm of science. Like with science, when you go really big or really small, things start to like our understanding of the universe starts to like break because things get so weird. And so it's really fascinating to look at and just realize how little of like the way things work you actually understand. Like I enjoy reading Carlo Rovelli. He's an Italian physicist who writes beautifully, by the way. He's very like descriptive and lyrical, but he writes these books about like how time works. What is time? And it's like, if you want to have your shit rocked, go read that book. It's really interesting. I forget what it's called, but it's by Carlo Rovelli, and it's the one about time. You'll figure it out. But yeah, it's like trying to describe what he's explaining in that book is so funny because I'll be talking about it and I'm like, I'm trying to help myself understand it as I'm explaining it, and I can see people listening to me like, I don't know what you're saying. It is so funny. It's such a unique experience just being like, there's this thing that I'm kind of starting to, it's like that parable of like the blind man and the elephant, where there's this, this room of men and none of them can see, but they are each stationed around this elephant and they can feel a different part of it, right? And one of them feels, its leg, and so it's like, oh, this is a tree, and one of them feels its tail, and it's like, oh, this is a, it's like a hay or something, and then one feels its trunk, it's like, this is a snake, right? They all have these different perspectives on what they're next to, so they are struggling to get the whole picture because their reality is so different. That is what I feel like when I read about physics, where it's like I understand that there is a larger reality there, but on my level, the only thing that I am able to interact with is like the trunk of the elephant. So like that is limiting. I am limited in my understanding because I can only grasp the trunk, but I recognize that there's a creature behind it that I just don't have the capacity to understand. It's like, it's such a trip. I'm like, I don't know. Is this what people feel like when they have like mind-altering experiences? Because sometimes I feel like that when I'm reading about astrophysics. A series of unfortunate events cover the elephant thing in book 12. I love series of unfortunate events. How do you post photos in Discord on the phone? There should be a plus symbol. I have an Android, so I don't know if it's gonna be the same for you. But next to where you type, there should be a plus symbol. I believe that's... Sometimes I don't remember how to do things unless I'm looking at it, but... You're not advocating for anything, but yes, it is. It's good to have that confirmed. I'm pretty straight edge just because I don't want to, but yeah, I get that. I get that what you're talking about. Plus on the bottom left, mine is iOS, and just opens your photos instantly. Yeah. There shouldn't be anything limiting you from doing that, so I don't know, click around until you find it. It'll come up. This is very impressive. How do you do it? Oh my goodness, where to start? What aspect of what I'm doing are you asking about? Just crochet in general, or like the color change aspect of it? How deep are we getting into explaining what I'm doing is what I'm asking. Close out, restart, and try again. Yeah, Discord can be pretty buggy, unfortunately. And the details on the small trees. So this technique is called tapestry crochet. It goes by a few different names as well, like intarsia or pixel grid crochet, and it is a technique of color changes. So I am crocheting with all single crochets, and I have my different colors that I'm utilizing. These are all, it's all floss, embroidery floss, so it's very small. And so I'm just changing colors as I go to make the details. So kind of hard to explain if you don't really know how to crochet in general, but I do have a... Let me link you to this video. I think that this is going to be easier to just link you here. I have a video on my page that I think is a good explanation of how to do color changes. Go to it. Go to the video. There it is. There it is. Let me link you here. So this talks about how to do color changes, and may help you understand a little bit better. Because I am at the end of this row, so I'm not going to be crocheting more today. But I will be back next week. So it lets you do it on your laptop, but the photos on your phone, you might try the website. That could work, yeah. Or like get the app for your laptop. You have the weather link to take it all the way back to an hour ago. Where in the Discord do you want it? It's a video, right? I think media or general. I mean, whatever you feel like makes sense. I'll go look through all the channels when I get off the stream, so whatever works. It's after 1 a.m. You should go to sleep. Thanks for all the advice and for another cozy stream. Thank you for hanging out with us, Golgi. I appreciate having you here. You're gonna go to sleep, Pudding? Awesome. Thanks for hanging out with us, and have a great night and a good sleep. Time flies. Yeah, it's been almost 4.5 hours, if you can believe it. You've gotten a ton of knitting done, even though you keep stopping to chat. I know, it's like, we're all here to work together, but we're all getting distracted by talking to each other. Who's your favorite Stardew Valley romance option? Sebastian, for sure, 100%. Sebastian and Krobus are my two favorite characters. Obviously, Krobus is not really a romance option. In my opinion, Krobus is like having a platonic partnership, which I love. I love that that's a thing. But yes, Sebastian is my favorite of the people you can marry. Regarding elephant topic reminded me of Gestalt psychology, where the whole of a topic is greater than the sum of its parts. I am familiar with Gestalt processing. Not sure how much of that goes into Gestalt psychology. It'd be interesting to look at. You'll have to join the Discord and post a photo after the stream. Yes, please. This has been so lovely. Yeah, it's been great hanging out with all of you. You know, this week, the turnout has been so great, and I really appreciate all of you coming in and hanging out with me. And you know, I'm really excited to keep doing this. You know, we'll go week over week as long as y'all want to hang out. I'm very pleased with this. So, you're learning about Gestalt therapy in grad school right now? Hell yeah. So y'all have some stuff to talk about. I would run a workshop with an irregularly shaped crystal that does the same thing as the elephant parable, only people have their eyes open. Oh, interesting. So, like, because people, is it, like, related to people touching the crystal? I'm so glad I decided to stop in. This has been a great first stream with y'all. Yes, thank you so much for hanging out with us. You're already looking forward to next week? Me too, Mambo. And we'll have the Discord in the meantime, you know? Y'all do me a favor really quick if you wouldn't mind. I'm gonna take a little video for TikTok of just the chat. Y'all say hi to TikTok, and or you can say hi TikTok, hi YouTube, hi Instagram, hi internet, whatever you like. Just whoever is hanging out still, if you just want to say hi for me. I wanna show us hanging out, you know? We talk about meteorology and cults here. Y'all are amazing for that. Thank you so much for participating. I really appreciate it. And I suppose I will see y'all next week. I'll see y'all on socials. I'll see y'all on Discord. Good luck on all your projects. Have a great rest of your day. And I will catch you next time. Thanks so much again for stopping by.